Okie doke. Hopefully I've got everything set up. Spent some time last night trying to get everything going. Yeah, so is chat showing up on the side? Audio works good. Is chat on the side? No. Cool. That's working good. Oh, because I don't have it visible. There we go. That is tiny. How do I change that? Font bigger. Go. Cool. It's okay sized? I guess I am looking at it on a teeny tiny thing. Hey, Sigan. Hello, hello, hello. Oh. As long as you guys can read it, then that's what's important, since I've got like a separate pop out for the thing. Yes, James, there's a Discord. And the link is available in the description box of my videos. I don't know it off the top of my head. But it's there. It exists. Yeah, well, just people were requesting this be posted as a thing. So trying to do the cool thing and have a chat window. Hey, Ron. Elron. Learn. Oh, good. My voice is already iffy. Always a great start. Yeah, we're trying to be cool and pretend that I know what I'm doing on Discord. Or not Discord, Twitch. Yeah. Like with the fundraising thing. It's like, oh, can you host a session? It's like, no, I cannot. Not if you want anything to work. Yeah. Got the is already. Okay. I got the mic practically up my nose, so hopefully it's sounding good. Hey, Soviet. Tesla. Keep going back and forth on what nicknames I want to call people or how I want to break down nicknames. I guess that's what's happened. I can word good. That's what happens when I don't do this as often. I haven't watched it yet, Anton. That's part of the thing, is it's going to be like my hot take on not seeing it. Besides like the 30 seconds that played when I really wasn't paying attention trying to get it going. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Oh boy, indeed. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I've been told that Peterson seemed uncomfortable with Shrier, and we'll see. We'll see. Kind of makes me wonder if he's uncomfortable, because this was part that showed up in the first little blip of me checking to make sure the file was working and gonna transmit the sound and everything. Yeah, he did sort of say something along the lines of like, I'm not sure I should be associating with you, which makes me question if he's in charge of booking his guests. Given that I guess Michaela and her husband are sort of in charge of Peterson Co., it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to think that he's not in charge of booking. Hello, 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 everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be fun because I haven't watched it yet, but two favorite authors going at it. It's gonna be something. I'm not sure if he was uncomfortable or playing devil's advocate. I guess we'll see. Hazard of this being in my space is I'm gonna just microphone abuse every once in a while. There. Now I don't have to lean. Yay. Oh, ooh. So thank you, patrons. I bought, well, this is a new microphone, which hopefully sounds better than the old one, although figuring out the exact settings. Trying to grab a clip. Give me clip. Ow. Okay, I'm not getting the clip off right now. Ow. So the microphone cable is just going to be trippable. But yeah, so new microphone, and to have a new microphone, got a microphone stand, which was a 2-part deal. Is this scrolling? Is it not scrolling? Okay, it's scrolling. But it is there. Yeah, chat should not be clipping now, I think. I should make my chat window bigger. There. Yeah, we'll see if he's playing devil's advocate or if he's just uncomfortable. Oh no. Same spelling, James? Because I know she complains about, like, thanks dad, awful spelling of my name that nobody ever gets right. And cats are neat. Like, who will win the... Oh god, I imagine it's going to be Shrier, because she's just so much more blatant with her opinions on things. Yeah, and totally agree, Alex. Like, Peterson was painful the first 12 rules, but then after getting into irreversible damage, like, oh, no, that was a walk in the park. That was just weird and style mad and brain worms. Shrier is woo. Yeah. Yeah. The image of Peterson being a show pony. It's kind of funny. Mark, do I think there's any sincerity in Peterson, or is he a complete fraud? It's hard to say. I mean, The Rise of Peterson documentary, which is still on Amazon Prime, I think, or my review for a biased opinion of it, kind of gave the impression that there is some sincerity behind the hustle, that he thinks he is sort of in the middle ground, trying to keep the culture war from exploding out, but then his actions aren't fully in line with that. So, yeah. I mean, but then he cites in 12 Rules a couple places, either his own or somebody else's, like, self-authoring suite sort of things online that you have to pay money to do, which is sketchy. Kind of made the book feel like a glorified ad for the more extensive project, but it's hard to say. I guess I would think, at least on some level, he thinks he's helping people. And as much as he talks about the feedback he gets, from people saying, like, this helped me sort out my life, blah, 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 that does seem to give him, like, joy, I guess. And, I mean, certainly the messages I get of a similar vein, you know, they are nice and make me feel like I'm doing something in the right direction. So, yeah. I'd like to think there's humanity there. Yeah. Gender switching crustaceans. Ugh. Animal Kingdom is always wild. Oh good, they're both praising Zucker. Great. On a Discord, I forget which channel, maybe Psychology? Somebody was going into a bit of a rabbit hole on how, like, Zucker's connected to Blanchard and Bailey, and just it's a whole big thing. And yeah, as patrons got updated, there's probably going to be an easy week of, like, Animal Vision to let me read The Man Who Would Be Queen and some other stuff to prepare for the Blanchard and Bailey discussion that's coming up for Shrier. Yeah, Michaela, I mean, unless you're spelling it like Michael with an A, I can imagine people having trouble with it. Although you have, like, a pretty generic name, like, what would be an example? Ashley. And your parents decide, the ASHLEY isn't going to cut it. We need like a nay ending there, or something weird with the ash or whatever. And all of a sudden, nobody knows how to spell your name. And then the weird thing, like when you go to Starbucks and it's like, how do you spell it? Or they assume that you have the weird spelling and you have the regular spelling. It's just always complicated. How so, cats? The reviews for Shrier's book being horrifying. Because I know a lot of people were just like, oh, this is exactly what we need. This is exactly what we need. Which was, a bit scary. It is possible that Peterson is still recovering, as Gamer is saying. Bygone. That he's still not entirely better, but doing, I think it was the phone interview with the London Times, where he said, getting back to work is helping him recuperate. So that would suggest that he's not 100% yet. And certainly I get, like, throwing yourself into work to try to not think about things and deal with things. Certainly do that sometimes. I have seen weird spellings of James, like Jaymes. Had one of those as a student. Yes, of course. Moon, or Bianca River Moon. There we go. It's like, how do you parse that? Peterson, who is scrupulous about curating research and stats, surely would see the deep flaws in Shrier's sketchy moral panic and pop journalism. Surely. Yeah. I mean, Peterson's Peterson. It's like, I want to say it fits into sort of a blind spot given the C16 stuff, but I don't know, going hard into Jung is, at this point, especially, like, I understand that the psychodynamic and psychoanalytic schools have evolved since the time of Freud and Jung, but to go so hard into Jung himself is just a choice. It is a choice. Oh no, that is horrifying. Cats. On Amazon, the reviews for Irreversible Damage being 5 stars and from parents who lived the book. Like, whoo. I guess I should leave a review. I'd give this negative stars if I could, just because of all of you. Yeah, and it seems like with Irreversible Damage, you'd end up with sort of two audiences, building off of what James was saying. Like, there's a parents who have a child who came out as trans or non-binary, and they're trying to deal with it, or their child is gender questioning and they're trying to deal with it and find this book because it's all over the place, and then go down that rabbit hole, or already like on the turfy websites, or trans people trying to see what the fuck is going on with this book and what it's saying. I don't know if it would be good or not for it to reach like the mass audience. Because on the one hand, for them to not just take sort of what people are saying about it, like this is explaining a new contagion that is affecting teenage youth, and seeing how shitty some of the logic is in the stories where parents are just like, my kid never showed any signs, even though they told me they wanted to be a boy when they were like 2, but that doesn't count. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know. It's bad times. Oh no. Cats are neat. That is an interesting spelling of Asia. Related-ish. One of my husband's colleagues was from the Middle East. Well, fuck it. Because it doesn't work without the country. He was from Jordan. And his postdoc was in the US, and people would ask him where he's from because he has an accent. And he'd say Jordan, but people aren't familiar with that, I guess, or would just assume something. And like, Georgia? Like, yes, I'm from Georgia, the deep South. This is a deep Southern accent. It was always funny because people would just assume Georgia. It's like, right, that makes total sense. Yeah, the religiosity of Peterson. Yeah. Like, again, going back to the documentary, with him talking about him seeing himself having a funeral on par with, like, Robert Kennedy after his assassination. Like, okay. And his wife has prophetic dreams and is seeing him as, like, preventing the end of the world or whatever. Like, okay, maybe we need to back up off that a bit. Take some time, get away from that, and just think about things a little bit. Just have a think, have a quiet think, away from the world maybe, and just reanalyze or rethink some of this. Yeah, I'm really Apocalypse username. I'm really hoping this is sort of a death throw or death knell or whatever. I'm forgetting the term for it, of like blatant transphobic stuff. Really hoping this is like the death rattle for it. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't go too far back or get too bad, even though it's already pretty bad with like recent healthcare developments in Alabama and the UK and all of that. Yeah. Hopefully we stop being a little bit crazy, or as crazy, with quarantine hopefully ending in the near future. I wonder, does anybody know if you can edit reviews or block reviews on Amazon? If they are able to say that like this is an invalid review for the irreversible damage and get the negative reviews blocked or deleted, doing a little cleaning that way, because there's got to be more people who've read it, like certainly in the trans community, who would gladly leave a negative review, I'm sure. I don't know if it can get much more attention, because it's been like in the top of the best selling for like gender or something for a bit. Like, I wouldn't worry about giving it a bump that way. But also try to keep the reviews within terms of service so that they don't get wrongfully deleted. Oh God. Was it shared to my Discord? Because I know I'm seeing some people from there. Somebody talking about like being on the meat diet and having to quit because they had diarrhea for the past like months and they're having just health problems and everything else, and somebody being like, no, you're in mitosis. This is like ketosis, but for the meat diet, and you're right there. You're right getting rid of the toxins, and you just need to stay the course a little bit longer and it'll be fine. Ugh. That's so gross. Oh, apparently I have to scroll my chat window. I'm like, why is it not going? There we go. Maybe not. Yeah, it's amazing how willfully ignorant some parents can be of their children. Like, my dad, I think, was pretty okay for most things, although I don't know how things would have progressed as I got more serious in the relationship with Dr. Husband. Like, we had an escape route in case my dad got home while we were being teens, just in case. But certainly, like, yeah, just some parents have their idea of what their child is and will not see the child for themselves. And it's so sad. It's so sad. So Zerg in green. I think the Tavistock ruling got sort of overturned so that teens can get treatment without a court order, but they have to have parental consent instead. So it's a step better, but it's still not what it was. Yeah, meat detox. Oh, God. It had an awful food, so of course Snuggle uploaded it. Yeah, I think the strong court must be involved with UK trans health decisions. Got walked back, so it's just parental involvement and okay, but yeah, so it's not quite as bad. Although somebody, I think it was in Premier Chat, was saying that the courts, after the Tavistock ruling, weren't even hearing cases about it. Which, great, like, put this barrier or a gate, I guess, in the way for them, and then not do the things that they need to progress. Good job. Way to not be transparent with what you were planning. So we have a couple minutes before plan to start the fun party. Cat news. Things are chilling. Things are getting much more chilled. Like Izzy is still a little tightly wound, scared of things. And yeah, like the other night I had her and Cleo cuddling with me for a while, and then Cleo and Max cuddling, and then Izzy and Max. So it's like I had all possible two combinations of kitties over the course of the night, and they kept me up too late, and I missed my bedtime, and then whatever. Max has grown. He's now bigger than Cleo. Thankfully, he doesn't try to play with her too much, although every once in a while, Izzy will just be like, no plays. And so if Cleo's walking by, he'll go up to Cleo and like put his arm over her and like, we're gonna play. And Cleo just like stands there and like hisses. Because she can't move. She's a poor little arthritic kitty. So yeah, things are chilling. Yeah, it's almost like a kitty crate, since dogs, I guess, like having their own little space. Izzy is very protective of her kitty cube, and then I moved Max's from up here to over here in an attempt to see if he would use it more, because he wasn't really using it up there much. So his is over here, and they were both using it last night while I was trying to get all of this set up still. So that's good. Izzy needs to learn to tolerate Max being in her space, because he's coming out of the hyperactive kitten mindset. So everything isn't playtime. But I think she's still assuming that he'll do that, so she'll just like do a little nip at his face. It's like, no, he's just standing next to you. Don't nip at him. Calm down. You're not going to have a friend if you keep this up, and I know you want a friend. Cats. My friend Lily is allergic to cats. She gets shots and everything. And has 2 kitties. Cats are neat too. One of their cats is obsessed with the other. Won't allow her any personal space. Only used the litter box that she used. I'm hoping the nipping will settle down. Yeah, Max can be up Izzy's ass about playing. quite literally. She's not the best tactician, which doesn't help. So she'll, like, they'll be playing and then she decides she's done, so she'll take off running, but then he just, like, follows her and tries to, like, trip her and stuff. And so she'll go into, like, a box that she can't get out of and then start, like, because Max is like, yay! Let's play in the box. And she'll just keep going into tactically poor choices and, like, get angrier and angrier. So it's like, okay, Max, look, ooh, toy. We're playing with the toy now. Leave your kitty alone because she does not want to play right now. Or she doesn't want to play like this. Although, something as a good development, she would get the zoomies, which of course, that's what cats do when they're young, or not senior. She would get the zoomies, and when he was, like, really little, he wouldn't get it. Like, she would sort of do the, like, pert, 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 like, chase me, pert. And then he would be like, oh, cool, and then try to tackle her, and then she'd take off running, and he would just be sitting there, like, what? Why'd you leave? She'd be at the end of the hallway, like, hello? We were playing? Zoomies? No. But he's finally starting to understand zoomies, which is good. So yeah, that's your monthly cat update. Yeah, Max, he's gonna be a big kitty. He's born in September, so he'll be 7 months this month. He's so big, but his feet are still disproportionate, so it seems like he still has some growing to do, which Dr. Mr. the husband is not pleased about. Well, I wouldn't say not pleased, but he likes tiny kitties, I guess, and doesn't want a big old lover boy. I miss having a big old lover boy. I don't know if I've ever talked about this cat. Dusty from my childhood. Big black kitty cat that we got just as a stray outside my dance studio. And he kept being there, and so it's like, let's take him home. I was dead set and serious on him being my prom date before I started dating Dr. Husband, because it's like, he would be so cute with little tucks, and he was so chill. He would have been such a good prom date. And I could put him, because my parents always kept the house kind of cold, or wouldn't run the heater, I guess. So I would put him in my bed, like dead middle of my bed, put the covers on top of him, and he would just stay there until I came to bed. And he would just be like a little bed warmer. It was the best. I love big cats. I love cats. And dogs. We have been forbidden from having dogs in this place, because I guess the previous people had dogs and they destroyed the floors and chewed on some of the paneling and stuff. Like, where is the weirdest place I saw chewing? On the toilet seat? Like, I don't remember where, but there's like little teeth marks. So, we're verboten from having dogs. Apparently, because the owners, it's like a husband and wife couple, and they were like, yeah, cats are cool, and then they started doing sort of repairs, and like, I guess the husband, it sounds like, talked the wife into like, you said they could have cats, don't walk back on that, because that would have been a deal breaker. It would have sucked, but yeah. Oh god, our Calico Miss did not make it to the start of the channel. She was loud, like, and it always sounded like she was asking or just demanding that somebody call the ASPCA because we were so horrible to her because we weren't giving her food all the time or whatever. I did have a cat that would have destroyed any semblance of a deposit. And this will probably be the last story before we start the video. I had a Berman that my dad found at a discount because she was horribly inbred. And I had a little spot on her paw, because Bermans, like, when they're purebred and they're show kitties, the paws are supposed to be white, but she had a little spot, so whoop. So my dad was able to talk the breeder into a discount. Very scared kitty. Like, she was okay with Dusty and the cat that was already at the house. But when we got this other kitten that just upset everything because it was a little shit, the cat would not leave my room and would just pee on the floor. Like, thanks. And didn't realize how bad it was until after I moved out. My mom redid my bedroom and just like had to pull up the carpet, had to pull up the pad, had to like deep clean the concrete because there was just so much cat pee. Like, thanks, sweetie. I mean, she was a sweet cat, but just kind of dumb. That's okay. Okay, so it is 4 o'clock. I think it's time to get the party started. So this, if you aren't familiar, Peterson started a podcast after having a good time on Michaela's podcast. I think Michaela, his daughter, encouraged him to start it because it's good to talk to people and stuff. And yeah, so he's had like Matthew McConaughey was on there. I don't remember if Hoff was on Michaela's or Peterson's. Like, the boundary between the two is kind of fuzzy. Everybody has a podcast. And people are like, you should start a podcast with your husband. I'm like, no, neither of us have the time. I'm sorry. But yeah, so he had Shrier on. I have not watched this yet. And yeah, let's see what's going on. And I've got it, hopefully, so it'll work. I think there's a weirdity with OBS with playing the video in it, where like the first second after unpausing the audio will be kind of faint. So just as a heads up. Okay, here we go. And if the volume's off or anything, let me know. Oh, that opening. Oh, I lost my chat window.
I'm speaking with Ms. Abigail Shrier, who is a writer for the Wall Street Journal and the author of a recent book, which was named...
Okay, technical difficulties. Need to get chat back visible. There we go. Below me. There we go. Ish? Is it clipping? I hope it's not clipping. Is that? Okay, there we go. Janky, we're going to go with it.
Anonymous is one of the notable books of 2020. Irreversible Damage. The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters. Thanks for agreeing to talk to me today.
Thank you so much for having me on.
So, why did you write the book?
I wrote the book because a woman wrote to me. I had written a piece for the Wall Street Journal on transgender pronoun laws that we have in New York and California now that assign criminal and civil penalties for failing to use someone's preferred pronoun. And I pointed out that these laws are straightforwardly unconstitutional in the United States. And a reader wrote to me, she read this, and she said...
Oh, God. If she's talking about the ones that she talked about in the book, those were not unconstitutional. I am not sorry. If you don't remember, it was something like California and New York, in nursing homes, you need to use a person's pronouns. Oh, no. Oh, God, the Constitution, my free speech, is being impeded upon by trying to give a person in a very bad situation a modicum of decency and respect. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mm. Although, I mean, if you're going to talk to somebody who wrote a book, that's a blunt but very... It gets to the point. Why did you write the book?
It'll take up my issue, but I'm a mom. My daughter had no symptoms of gender dysphoria throughout, her growing up. But the gender dysphoria being the severe discomfort in one's biological sex.
It's like an hour and a
She went off
half.
to college. She had a lot of mental health problems, and she went off to college. And with a group of girlfriends, they all decided they were transgender, and she started a course of testosterone. And I've had this problem. There are now an epidemic of these young girls who are in a lot of very real pain, deciding that gender must be their problem, and very quickly obtaining hormones and surgeries. And she told me that no journalist would take it up. She had written to many journalists.
So it's the broken record of this book of just, these kids are deciding, and she decided she was trans and decided, or shit. See, this is why I have to do the scripts, because she does the language, and then they decided they were trans. Just decide. And it's very much that trans-identified idea from Turfyville, and just and the story, like even this story, there were signs that this child or youth / adult by the end of it had signs, just the parent didn't want to see it because that's how it's gonna go, because that's how these do.
And I tried to find her an investigative journalist who would write about this, or at least investigate it. And when I was unable to find one, I finally, 3 months later, I got back in touch with her. I said, all right, I'll look into it.
Okay, so, well, I can tell you that I have had some trepidation about even conducting this interview. Yeah, well, it's because this is it's exactly the sort of issue that you can get pilloried for.
That's
And,
why.
I've had a fair bit of that.
That's why he's uncomfortable with it. Not because he has ideological or scientific concerns with what she's doing, or even moral concerns, but because of cancel culture and the SJWs coming to pillory you for doing this. Ugh. Of course.
Years. I mean, I was very unhappy with the Canadian government's language law provision, Bill C-16, and my comments about that caused a whole sequence of chain reactions, I suppose, that changed my life completely.
Why?
I was concerned at that time that the movement, let's say, the political movement, the political ideology that I saw as driving the language legislation, Bill C-16, would manifest itself in psychological trouble for many people. And so I'd read this book.
In revisiting and scripting for next week, I believe the psychological trouble he's referring to here, in case you're not familiar, is he has this idea that, there's two genders, there's two sexes, there is a very strong correlation between the two. Therefore, trans or non-binary people are not doing as they should for whatever reason. And I think he would probably be more happy with like the DSM-4 with gender identity disorder, where, trans and non-binary identities were sort of still in the DSM as psychological disorders instead of the DSM-5, where nope, it's just gender dysphoria. We're leaving the identity and the expression out of it. It's just when people are distressed by the body that they're in or their identity, then we're stepping in and calling it a disorder. Yeah, and I mean, Peterson does speak how he writes, so in fairness, a lot of people do. Yeah, that's Peterson, yay.
Called The Discovery of the Unconscious by Henri Ellenberger, and he talked about psychological contagions and documented them going back hundreds of years, as a matter of fact, and I was aware that such things occurred. And it struck me as highly likely that confusion about gender identity on the ideological and categorical front would translate itself into confusion about gender among adolescents in particular who were just starting to catalyze
Two boxes. You got your two gender boxes, and if you don't fit in one of those boxes, you're confused because the LGBTQ agenda got into your head and confused you. Not that you have legitimate feelings and legitimate sense of yourself and having knowledge or the vocabulary to talk about these things helped you be explicit about what you're feeling and come to terms and find a descriptor that fits. Nope, two boxes, otherwise you're confused. Okay.
gender identity. And so you claim in the book that this is a epidemic. And one of the things I'm wondering about is what relevant stats do you have at your disposal? And why language like that?
Well, I actually asked a bunch of, I conducted nearly 200 interviews for the book, and I actually asked a lot of scientists once I had some numbers, what do you call this? What is it?
Who? Besides the Jungian therapist, I can't remember the name of, Bailey, Blanchard, and Zucker. Who are these scientists? Oh, and Littman. Can't forget Littman. So we've got five. We've got five scientists that we know she talked to. I think most of those interviews were probably either parents, people who detransitioned, who are very unhappy with what their treatment course and will be part of the detransitioner chapter or the desister chapter. Who did you talk to? Who? Where is this consensus? Because it's so Gamer Bygone, the gender therapist, forgetting her name right now, but was the sort of hanging point of the therapist chapter. Again, I don't know if she was 100% against her in the interview. Like, it's well within the realm of possibility that the gender therapist in New York, whose name is escaping me, was approached in a manner similar to Uppercase Chase, the major influencer that she talked to in that chapter, where it's just a partial description of the book without the title and just not necessarily giving a good sense of what the full book was going to be about. Continuing on. Oh, before I push play again, I catch flack from lobsters for editing Peterson down, just cutting out those spaces, just cutting out those pauses. I'm violating the sanctity of what he was saying, even though, they're long pauses. He's allowed to think. He's allowed to do that when he's talking. But when I'm putting together a video, those pauses are aggravating. So just squish out the pauses, deal with it. I'm not taking them out of context. I'm just cutting out these pauses.
When we have a 100-year diagnostic history of gender dysphoria, and it always afflicted boys and men, okay?
Always.
And now, for the very first time in the last decade, there has been a giant surge in a different population claiming to be gender dysphoric. It has shifted from onset in young boys and to teenage girls with no childhood history, and it's shifted from men to women. So I asked them, when you have a demographic...
Citation needed. Ding. Well, it's one of those things where, depending on what... You need to be quiet. Depending on how you look at it and what stats you use and what populations you include and which clinics you're looking at, there was an uptick in the number of assigned female at birth patients being referred to these clinics, but trans identities, non-binary identities have only really been on the mainstream radar 20 years, really? Because, I'm trying to think back, and it's just, there were, you know, sort of the bad, poor taste jokes in movies, like Ace Ventura or whatever. But serious, you know, this isn't like a fetish, this is a person's identity. Mainstream knowledge of that is so recent. And that, and now I'm pausing, only fitting. So, relative newness of this information, the difference in what is socially acceptable for boys and girls as kids, and also for like dress and how you express yourself, is more open, I think, to assigned female at birth individuals than AMAB, where a little AMAB youth child. I need a neutral word for like equivalent to boy and girl that's not just child. Youngling, sure. Urchin. You have a little urchin, and they're assigned male at birth, and they're playing with Barbies, and they're wearing the dresses, and they're putting on the pretty princess stuff, and, you know, depending on the parent, they might freak out and take him to a gender clinic. Whereas an urchin who is assigned female at birth can play with the monster trucks and wear the Batman outfit and do that stuff, and it's less of a concern. And I mean, Elrond, to remind you, Shrier did talk about Tina in the influencer chapter and misgendered him throughout, which was so painful. And as, God, maybe Dr. Husband will remember, I think I was watching a Samantha Lux video last night with going over Shrier's appearance on PragerU, because of course, and talking about just, you know, as a trans person, her experience is, it's much more noticeable, the body problems for AMAB urchins, because there's reproductive bits just hanging out pretty much your entire life. Whereas for AFAB youth, when they hit puberty and you start growing the secondary sexual characteristics, that's when it becomes much more distressing and something that needs to be fixed. Oh God, the Prager. I mean, honestly, I feel like her PragerU thing, this is feeling like a book rehashing. Like, I don't feel like she's going much beyond the scope of the book, which fair. She's still sort of almost doing a book tour about this. But yeah. Anyways, continuing on.
Jump. And all of a sudden they are, as these teenage girls now, the leading demographic. So these are girls who as a population experienced virtually no gender dysphoria throughout history, suddenly being the leading demographic. I would ask them, what do you call that? Is there a scientific term for this?
We don't know if they were experiencing gender dysphoria or not, because it was sort of easier, in my opinion, for somebody who is assigned female at birth to at least express a more masculine identity than it was for a AMAB individual as an adult to express more feminine. And that's getting more blurry now, which may ease things moving forward. But yeah, it was, especially since the 70s, it's more easy to just sort of fit in with a more masculine expression as AFAB, and maybe that'll change, and maybe we'll see actual people identifying as trans sort of find an equilibrium point where, you know, if society becomes more okay with people having more open expression and less rigid gender roles, maybe we'll see more people identify as non-binary and have some constant of trans identification, but I don't know, that's sort of just speculation. Anyway.
And they would always say, yes, epidemic.
I see. Okay. So in your in your Wikipedia page, which, well, I read it this morning, and it struck me as a place where a battle.
Oh, good God. Peterson! I understand you're a busy guy. Do your fucking homework that goes beyond reading, like, the Wikipedia page or, like, the Communist Manifesto the night before a debate. Like, dude, learn. Jesus.
Round was likely occurring. In the book, it says, in the book, Shrier accuses social media of playing a driving role in girls' decisions to identify as transgender, based on the unproven and contentious hypothesis of rapid onset gender dysphoria. She advocates for withholding gender-affirming medical care for transgender youth, a fringe position not currently supported by most reputable medical organizations. Now, one of the things you do document in the book is the rapid move by organizations like the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association to change the wording that they've used surrounding the discussion on gender identity.
Gonna cut in here. It seems like, okay, so there was the DSM-4 and then the DSM-4 text revised. Oh, when was 4 released? I don't remember the release dates. It seems like the American Psychiatric Association has been moving to be more conscious of transgender people and their experience. And the language changes reflect that. But this sudden, like, I think the APA, like the American Psychological Association, started playing around with the verbiage in the 2000s. Like, that's not, it's recent-ish, but it's not just, in the past 5 years. Overnight, all of these organizations changed their wording, which is not the case. Okay, thank you. The DSM-4 text revised. No, that doesn't sound right. Because I think the text revision was out when I was in grad school. I think DSM-5 was 2013. Yeah. Because the DSM-5 came out while I was adjuncting. No worries. Anyways.
Yes, that's right. They have changed the wording, but the bigger change, of course, is that they've gone to an affirmative care standard, which means that they
Heaven
no
forbid.
longer apply any medical judgment. They simply surrender all judgment and agree with or affirm the patient's self-diagnosis.
That is such a
Right,
sticking point for her. My God. Can't listen to your patients on what they think is going on with them. Nope. You have to exhaust every possible avenue before even considering that they might know what's going on with themselves.
Along with that goes and this is part of what made me nervous about talking to you, and I still probably am, is that as a medical practitioner or as a psychotherapists are now bound, as far as I've been able to determine by examining the law, to adopt precisely this gender affirming position. And I believe that that's the case in Ontario. So I don't do adolescent therapy, but if I had a...
Oh, that sentence could be fun out of context. I'm not a clinical or counseling psychologist, so I don't know the general framing of how they see themselves in the grand scheme of things, but in my experience, I think most counselors and PsyDs and psychologists, PhDs, would be reluctant to call them like medical professionals, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Oh, you guys.
Young adult, say 18 or older, come to me who was expressing confusion about their gender identity, let's say, or was gingerly testing the waters to determine if perhaps they were transgender, I believe that I'm required by law to to adopt a position that would affirm that.
We all know
That's
what
right.
a law expert Peterson is. I think so. Clinical psychology becomes psychotherapy when they start seeing clients. Is my understanding of things. Yeah, the boundaries between stuff. I'm definitely showing that I did not have a single counseling class. So, yep, he saw clients, and that is another legal situation that would have been great to be a fly on the wall for just like the revoking of his. Well, I don't even know if it was revoked so much as it's just like he's not going to see patients anymore. It's yeah. So many behind the scenes back dealings.
Yes, a sword of Damocles hangs over professionals' heads now. And what it says is you must agree with the patient's self-diagnosis. Put another way, it suggests that you should begin with the conclusion. Your conclusion must be that this person has gender dysphoria. And then you can, go along from there and start prescribing treatments. That's not how medicine or any other area of therapy is practiced. You don't begin with the conclusion, you investigate it. Now, you brought up my Wikipedia entry. I'm sorry.
I feel like that's a misrepresentation of affirmative care. I could be wrong, but it seems like affirmative care is not just, oh, you're coming in saying that you've got gender dysphoria. We're going to just completely go from here, not consider things further. I don't need to talk to you. I don't need to listen to you. You got this. I think it's more, okay, you're trans. What are your pronouns? What's your name? If that doesn't match the medical record, and what do you need? How can I help you? And maybe you think you have gender dysphoria. Okay, let's explore that. What do you feel? What do you think? What sensations do you have? Yeah, that does sound like gender dysphoria, or that doesn't quite sound like gender dysphoria, but we can still do things to get you more comfortable with your situation. Yeah, exactly. And this is assuming that you're going to hit a good doctor who wants to listen to the patient and not just go with whatever they think the diagnosis is and not listen to you at all with your symptoms and experiences and what medications or treatments have worked for you in the past.
Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, it's the number of lies that have been put into that. I didn't start the Wikipedia entry; others did, and there's been, back and forth fights with activists and so forth to rewrite it. But
good old trans activists.
Of course, I don't, advocate any. I mean, it's not true. I mean, so much of what has been said is not true. First of all, the affirmative care standard, that's the problem, and I don't advocate a particular method of treating transgender people. I don't even advocate a method of treating transgender teenagers. All I'm pointing out in the book is that there seems to be a sudden rise in these teenage girls who are subject to peer influence and social media influence, deciding they're transgender, and there are no medical safeguards for these girls. There's no means right now, and no one determining whether they actually have the correct diagnosis before proceeding to treatment. That's it.
Right.
That's some good fear mongering. Yeah, just asking questions, and she didn't say what her treatment options would be, but it's like you sort of implicitly did by saying affirmative care is bad. Zucker's treatment was good. He was wrongfully shut down by Ontario because he wasn't doing conversion therapy, and he was doing watchful waiting, which is the best approach to take with these kids, because you're not forcing them into anything, even though doesn't seem to be an accurate representation of his treatment. So it's just, you don't say this is the treatment protocol, or she doesn't say this is the treatment protocol, but it's there by exclusion almost. And also, the condemnation of the current standards and the guidelines and everything else. And how can she not see that? Like, she has to see that, right? She, like,
I guess the catch-22 here is that if the statement, most reputable medical organizations affirm or put forward an affirmative care requirement, then any position that questions that or objects to it is, in some sense, by definition, fringe.
Well, it's a good question.
I'm not saying at all
yeah.
that your position is a fringe position. It's a matter. I don't see how that can be avoided under the current circumstances, because the laws and guidelines are written as if this is a fait accompli, right? That we understand transgenderism completely and gender dysphoria, and that
transgenderism. It's another ism. You know, he hates those isms. Yeah, it's. I don't know if I would say she's in favor of conversion therapy, but I'm also a face on the internet that needs to be careful in how things are phrased, to be frank. But her support of Zucker and his approach does give some indication for what she thinks ideal treatment would be. Yeah, and it's yeah, as Glaucus is saying, just the window for which people are susceptible to this it's just absurd, because it's, you know, what is it, irreversible damage, the transgender craze affecting our youth or something, where it's just so many of these people start earnestly transitioning end of high school or in college, and it's like they're an adult at that point. And certainly if somebody was in a bad situation, you would want to help them, like if they were in a cult or something. And again, I know she does sort of draw similarities between the transgender whatever and it being a cult. But just, they're adults. They can do what they want. You give them the information and they can do what they will with it. And if they feel that transition is the best option for them, cool. If they feel that, you know, medical transition is what they need to feel at peace with themselves, let them do it. Explain the risks, explain them whatever. Just, it's their body. Come on. Chat. Postmodern neo-transgenderism. Or cultural transgenderistic neo-Marxism. Just keep throwing them in a blender and something will pop out.
you know, all the answers are already in. And I don't think that's true for any psychiatric diagnosis.
Yes, I would just say that it is fringe insofar, or it appears fringe, because all the doctors who disagree, and there are many, and they're speaking up all the time, are silenced. They are told that they could lose their license if they don't immediately affirm the adolescent, no matter what her other mental health problems are, and immediately go along with facilitating her transition.
Right.
She had to slip in that her there, didn't she? Yeah. Peterson, like, it is true that we're working with our best understanding as it stands, and that things could change as we go forward. But I think for this, like, transition, social or medical, let people do it. You know, certainly as brought up in whichever, maybe the second chapter with the Littman paper, where she went into the surgery rates and talking about, you know, like a lot of these individuals aren't having a phalloplasty, and so that doesn't make them real men or whatever. You know, certainly there is some consumer choice happening with phalloplasty not being seen an acceptable surgical treatment to deal with what they're dealing with. And so they're waiting for something better to come along. Like, it's not that everybody is running into these procedures blindly. Like, there is some thought going into what treatments people are having done. I don't know if Peterson complained about women using lipstick to make them look more attractive as a complaint. I think he said something about them doing it to give off attractive and mating signals, and so doing that in the workplace sends mixed signals and etc. So there was that. Oh yeah, and Alex, she is very much like, I'm being silenced. Like, her Twitter is, if her book is withheld or not sold by somebody, she is quick to let you know. Yeah.
About the occurrences at the Mental Health Institute at CAMH in Toronto.
Yes, that's right. I mean, you had, Ken Zucker, the truly a giant, and the in the field of gender dysphoria, who actually oversaw the authoring of the definition of gender dysphoria. He was fired.
Right.
He was fired.
Let's talk about Ken Zucker for a moment or two. So, as you said, he occupied a prestigious position in the world of transgender treatment, and I think was universally regarded as the most outstanding.
Universally?
And most objective scientist working in this field. I've spoken to him about it on some occasions, not publicly ever, and he struck me as a dedicated clinician and researcher, and he advocated for, and still advocates for, as far as I know, wait and see treatment method based on the presupposition that most children with gender dysphoria who evince an interest in transforming their body to that of the other sex should be encouraged to wait, because if a waiting technique, it's not a technique even, I suppose, if waiting is with sufficient patience, most of the children who manifest these concerns desist. I think it's 70 to 80% of them, a certain percentage.
I got, and maybe they're in chat here, Twitter response, and then like their experience in Zucker's clinic as a former patient. And I may have been too hard on Zucker in a couple places. After the waiting period and at the sufficient age to begin transition, I think it was described as neutral. Like, it wasn't affirming and like, okay, let's get you going on this and we'll help you and we're very on board with you transitioning. But transition did happen in his clinic. But it wasn't yay. It was just sort of like, okay, fine. And they were saying that it seems like there, especially as time went on, there were sort of two pools of people who would be going to Zucker's clinic. There were kids who were brought there by their parents because they were doing gender nonconforming behaviors and the parents were sort of worried or freaking out about this. And then there were adolescents who were much more like, I'm trans or non-binary or both, and I want treatment. This is what I want done. This is what I need. This is my situation. And so earlier, like, Zucker may have only seen the young population, again, the assigned male youth kids who weren't doing the boy activities as much as their parents would have liked. And then over time, some of them may have been proto-gay, as talked about in that one paper, sort of thinking about like Trixie Mattel talking about stealing her cousins' Barbies and dollhouse and stuff and like playing with it every chance that they got. But is gay and cis. And then you've got people who will grow up to be trans or non-binary, and then people who will just be gender non-conforming in some way, and that's fine. And so yeah, for that young population where they're doing gender non-conforming behaviors in a time when that was very much not to be done, you might expect to see a majority of them not continuing on to identify as trans as they grew up. And I just got welcomed back to the chat room. That's fun. Whereas as time went on and people became more tricksy, like drag queens, I'm not sure on pronouns half the time, because it's like when they're in character, she, but then if you talk about Brian behind the tricksy, he, but just watching like or other drag YouTube channels with like the interchanging of she and he, and it's just like it can get confusing, and trying to be respectful gets hard. I'm doing my best. I think Trixie's cis, I think, just does drag, but I could be wrong. Yeah, and certainly like, yeah. The episode on the straights or whatever for talking about being out in public with like straight people and confusing the fuck out of them, like seeing a guy walk by and oh, look at her, just yeah. Anyways, Zucker, so yeah, the high desistance rate from desistance, again, like I'm not sure what the current replacement of that word is, because I know one of the papers we talked about at some point was talking about phasing out that phrase for something else, but it's in all the papers, so is sort of cultural, but also like this person was saying they think they may have been part of that population that was identified as desisting because they just stopped going for treatment, especially like after they turned 18. And so they aged out of the program almost. They're still trans, but, you know, by the criteria that were used in Singh's thesis, like, you know, they would have been counted as a desister. So it's always complicated. It's always so much more complicated than just two boxes, but we're in Peterson land, so there's two boxes.
Fairly high, come to the conclusion that they're gay. And it's perhaps the case that that's driving some of their early gender dysphoria, confusion about their identity. And Zucker was fired from CAMH and also pilloried in a variety of newspapers and other publications as a consequence of what was essentially his mainstream stance. Now, I believe...
there we go, chat caught up.
I haven't followed this up recently, but I believe that he was engaged in a number of court battles with the publications that had gone after him, and I believe that he won his legal cases.
He did.
So,
they had to...
I wish I could... I'm not going to go through Discord to figure out who. Somebody did like a little bit of a deep dive on Zucker, and he seems to be litigious or legally prone to engaging with his critics that way. So yeah. And certainly like the final CAMH position after they shuttered Zucker's part of it is updating and getting more modern with how trans and non-binary people are treated and how we're going to examine the best practice and moving forward and treating them. So yeah, I feel like I had another thought, but yeah, just Zucker, it's like you can see the wheels turning on how much I say. Zucker has sued many people, and sometimes with the letterhead of CAMH, it seems. So if you're watching, hi.
Apologize, and they settled with him. I mean, what they really wronged him.
Yes, definitely.
You've seen what. I mean, that's what happens when professionals speak out on this issue. And of course, when I say speak out, all they're expressing is concern that there is an overdiagnosis here. You're seeing young teenage girls who do not seem to have typical gender dysphoria. Nonetheless,
Okay. My understanding, because I didn't follow this at the time, on Ontario banned conversion therapy in 2015. Attention got drawn to Zucker's clinic, and then investigation, and it was shut down. But the way the report was handled, and the one that was particularly very negative and very public, because it did sound, what was reported sounded like abuse, that was retracted. All that situation could have been handled better. But it's not that Zucker was fired for speaking out. I mean, Zucker was fired for his practices that had been going on in his clinic and under his supervision, but he wasn't pulling a Peterson and talking about something and getting fired for it. Like, and Peterson hasn't been fired. He's still at the University of Toronto, just in a not. He's still affiliated. So just right.
Immediately fast track towards transition.
So I'd asked you a little bit earlier about numbers. Do you have any sense of how prevalent this is? And also I'm interested in, and I'm sure the listeners, watchers would be as well, rate of increase.
Sure. So in America, it's a little harder to look at, to come up with these numbers, although I'll tell you the numbers that I do know, okay? It's harder because we don't have centralized medical care like they do in Britain. In Britain, where they have centralized medical care, they can tell you that the number of young women being referred for gender treatment has exploded over 4,000% in the last decade. Okay. In America, we don't have centralized medical care, and you don't even need a diagnosis of gender dysphoria to start treatment. You can start a course of testosterone without ever having received a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. So, they're a little harder to come by. But here's what I can tell you: in 2018,
so given my experience on how professors work and universities work, he's almost certainly still tenured, but yeah, he isn't pulling money because he's not teaching and doing research for them. So yeah, I honestly feel like because he's tenured and because that is such a sort of protected thing, it would be more trouble than it's worth for University of Toronto to try to get rid of him. So as long as he doesn't do something terribly egregious, like going after underage fans in inappropriate ways, or murders in Minecraft, he's probably just going to stay affiliated, just not on the payroll. Yeah. And yeah, as such, if things went a certain way, he probably could reintegrate back in with the university, although there probably would be a little bit of a transition period and discussion of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate as far as the department chair is concerned. Although, as we will get to in Beyond Order towards the end, he did sort of have not a great interaction with his chair. So yeah, universities are tricky. One of our undergrad professors, apparently 15 or 20 years after we graduated, was let go. He was tenured, but he was fired, and then he sued the school and got some massive settlement because, he was a horrible professor, not great researcher, but he was tenured, and he was able to take the school for a lot of money that they didn't have. Yep. He's pretty safe as long as he doesn't do something illegal. And even then, he's well connected enough. He might be able to weather some of that, depending on how public it was, I guess. I mean, I really do. I'd like to think we're past the point where something like the what was Sandusky thing would happen again, but that's probably just being naive.
2% of high school students said they were transgender, so that's 2 in 100 kids. That's an enormous increase over what was historically the rate of gender dysphoria in the population, which was 0.01%. So 1 in 10,000 people. Went from roughly 1 in 10,000 people to 2 in 100 high school students. We also know that between 2016 and 2017, the number of females requesting gendered surgery in the United States quadrupled. So we know
we're not going to talk about the insurance
rates.
change.
And then, of course, I've interviewed many therapists, and Lisa Littman of Brown University did her survey. And when you talk to therapists, when you talk to parents, you get the same thing over and over, and that is that the leading demographic asking for gender transition is teenage girls.
When you talk to certain parents and talk to certain therapists, sure. But just, it's the same thing, and she just keeps repeating herself. Oh my God.
History of gender dysphoria.
Now, here's a contentious
Can't talk about
issue.
communism.
So,
no socialism.
generally speaking, for the story of long-term gender dysphoria to be coherent, a girl would have to claim that she'd always known that she was in the wrong body, that she was a boy, and that had been the case ever since early childhood. So maybe she'd be speaking as a teenager. Now, you make the claim in your book that girls who go online, who are searching for information about transgender identity, often encounter coaches who tell them to falsify their personal narrative and to claim that they've always been gender dysphoric, despite the fact that that's not the case.
Okay. So as we talked about, and as shared in my comment section with me, which is the reason I know about any of this, there is a reason for that coaching in the sort of trans and non-binary space, where if you don't say the exact right things, you will not be considered valid for treatment. And this is sort of like the gatekeeping of transition treatment options, where you have to meet certain criteria, and if you're short of that, tough luck. And so I think that's where the history of coaching comes from, but it's not that these kids aren't legitimately feeling these things and possibly wouldn't be benefited by transitioning. It's just there's the medical culture blocking them from being able to pursue that and having knowledge going into that situation of what you need to do. And also, I think this is blending, just having coaching on what you need to tell the doctors to get them to be okay accepting you for treatment, and also a growing knowledge base for people to have access to the vocabulary and concepts associated with what they might be feeling. And if you go to a space or you find like the right YouTube channel or whatever that's talking about this stuff, and that leads you down a rabbit hole, and suddenly you have the words to describe your stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if that would be included as coaching in this context. Yeah.
Is that a reasonable summary of what you found?
Yes.
So you can see that it's a complete diagnostic mess from a therapist's perspective, and even from a conceptual perspective, because the people who are on the other side of the argument than you, let's say, are going to claim that the reason that these rates have skyrocketed to the point where they're at now is because there were always that many people who had gender dysphoria or who were transgender, but the weight of public opinion was held so strongly against them that they had to stay in the closet, essentially, and were unable to adopt their true identity. And the claim is going to be made as well that you're radically exaggerating the proportion of people who are putting themselves forward for transgender transition procedures, let's say, who have been coached.
Right, okay.
Look at him following his own advice. That was actually not a bad representation of the other side of the argument up until the end. But Peterson tends to not stick the landing on the dismount. So look at him, fully considering the opposition side.
So let me respond to a few of those
Yep.
things. First of all, I don't think that's right. I think I mean I agree with you that that's what they would say. But I've thought about that claim
Yep.
because
Of course.
and here's what I would say in response. If this were just, as they say, a natural reversion, now that there's greater societal acceptance of transgender people, that they would say, oh, you would expect to see a natural reversion to what we're seeing now, which they might claim is a normal
Reversion?
base rate of
Reversion. Reversion. No.
transgender identification in the population. The problem with that is, number one, we're only seeing this sudden spike among teenage girls. Where are the women in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s who were denied the opportunity to come out as transgender? They should be coming out too, but they're not. It's the
Can you
same
also
population.
Okay. So, just going off of some people's stories that have been told in comments or in private, like, yeah, some people do transition later in life, and we are seeing more people transitioning later in life. It'll be interesting to see what happens as people come out of quarantine and back into the social sphere, because I think a fair number of people have spent some time reflecting and discovering and coming to terms with different parts of themselves. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens as we're having to go back and engage with people, if they're able to continue with their discoveries, or if they sort of push those back down into not lived truths. Yeah, and as Gnarly Whale is saying, older people probably have a fair amount of internalized transphobia and possibly homophobia, depending on where they are with things, which would make it more difficult to transition. And also, I think, for some people, like, they may have had gender questioning feelings when they were younger, and it was something that they thought about for some period of time, and either just took it as, like, you know, everybody has these sorts of thoughts, sort of like some people where they just say that everybody finds women attractive or everybody finds guys attractive. It's totally natural, without thinking, like, no, maybe actually everybody doesn't, and it's just me. You know, it's sort of not projecting, but just thinking that the thought patterns about your gender or your expression not fitting is something that everybody goes through, and just dealing with it, like, this is something that's not going to happen for me, and I go through a process of making peace with that. And, you know, if this dialogue and this knowledge had been available when they were younger, they may have transitioned, but at this point, like, they're okay with who they are. It is what it is, and not transition just sort of out of inertia or just their identity at this point, and not wanting to have to rewrite it or shape it. I guess I'm probably missing a good frame for that. Doop. Just got here. You like Peterson or no? Everyone here is under 30? Duke, I got news for you. I'm almost 40, boy. Like, assuming your gender, sorry. And I know several people in this are regulars and not under 30, so if you're still here, you're welcome to stay, but this is not a Peterson accepting space. We question the Peterson. We criticize the Peterson. You may have missed the point where, like, we congratulated him for doing a good job of representing the opposite side. But yeah, as Jules is saying, that, you know, there's a lot of life experience built up at that point, and it would be more disruptive to transition later in life. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we have a lobster roast section on my Discord. We are not Peterson affirming. We are watchful and waiting of the Peterson. Anyways. Oh yeah, got a grumpy cat on the floor. Just one of those dog whistles. Yes, you did. There's a senior kitty on the floor meowing at me. And Peterson stands are, I'll call them valid. Like, a lot of people got help from it, but I hope it's a starting point and not an end point. But yeah, the dog whistle. Every once in a while, Shrier will slip in the trans-identified whatever. And as we discussed in a previous Shrier video, turf lingo, there's trans-identified females and trans-identified males, so TIFs and TIMs, and Shrier seems to have adapted that into trans-identified adolescents or trans-identified teens. And, calling them tits is just, I don't know if she intended that to be what's going on there, but every time I see that, it gives me a little bit of a laugh. It's sad, but...
I guess the other thing that you might conclude is that if the bulk of the proportion of people who were claiming a transgender identity in the past were male, then release of the social strictures on identification should have produced an explosion in males. It's not easy to figure out why there is an explosion in females. Right. Okay, so that leads us to another extremely troublesome topic, which is why the...
What? God damn it. This is like, if it was in writing, it's one of those things where I'd like read it, reread it, ask my husband to read it, because like, am I understanding this right? So, sorry, I'm going to rewind a smidge, hopefully. That might be too far.
Can you also point out, I guess the other thing that you might conclude is that if the bulk of the proportion of people who were claiming a transgender identity in the past were male, then release of the social strictures on identification should have produced an explosion in males. It's not easy to figure out why there is an explosion in females. Right. Okay, so that leads us to another extremely troublesome topic, which is why the explosion in teenage females. Now, you do attempt to explain that in your book.
Yeah, so that's why it's like I had to rewind it, because it's like, okay, so there were more AMAB trans people because of these social constraints on them, and so it makes sense that there would be an explosion in women with the loosening weight. No, what? No, Peterson, no. That does seem backwards. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, it is. We're getting to the point of why is it girls just saying they're trans, or AFAB youth saying they're trans, but it just that was a Peterson.
For the listeners, exactly what your conclusions were.
Sure, teenage girls are famous for falling for every hysteria, right? We know that the young women.
Oh, look at that pause game! Yay! I got one. Just girls are just so prone to hysteria. We gotta protect them from themselves. What are they gonna do? They're just gonna fall into any fad that comes along. We have to protect them and their reproductive future. Ugh. Oh. And it just like, as sort of commented on in the comment section sometimes with people like, thank you for engaging with this, because it is easier for me too, because I'm not trans or non-binary, so it's just I'm a tomboy engaging with this. But as a tomboy, like with anxiety and depression stuff, like no, I wouldn't, like, thinking back and spending some time thinking about my own gender identity, like, am I trans? Am I non-binary? No, I'm just cis, but masculine interests in places. Like, this wouldn't have been a way out for me. Like, my body was disturbing to me in some ways, but not because it was what it was. but, or like, not because it was a feminine body and that didn't feel right for me. It just, I wasn't happy with how it was developing. Like, it would be nice to be able to take the breasts off at points and just put them on when I want to. But it's not that, this is horrifying and this is wrong. It's not that for me. And it was never that for me. And just so much of this, like, she claims, and she never fully established this link between, the old hysteria stuff, the eating disorders, the recovered memories, and now trans identification. Like, she's building off of this link that she never fully established, and it just oh yeah. And of course, teen boys are resistant to all fads. Yes, because nothing ever gets those stoic beacons of masculinity. Oh God, this woman, and it just, she was a teenager once, like, and does she have such a low opinion of herself back then that she thinks this could have been her, or is worried that this would have been her and possibly her children? Like, why the low opinion of teenage girls or teenagers in general? And it just
and there are psychologists who've done wonderful work in this area. Amanda Rose is one of the University of Missouri, who I interviewed. Teenage girls tend to spread these psychic epidemics because their modes of friendship involve co-rumination, taking on their friend's pain. They like to rehash their own pain, and they like to take on their friend's pain. And they are even willing to suspend reality in order to sort of get on the team of their friend. Okay?
So
and make
would
their
it be...
friend...
Okay, maybe this is why I was bad at girl friendships, but what? Certainly, as when we hit this point in the book, there were some papers that did indicate that girls were more likely to co-ruminate with their friends than boys. Fine. But to say that then means that you'll just have this wildfire of whatever, eating disorders, transgender identity or expression, like, you need to establish the link there, Shrier. Like, please. It just, what? Yeah, Psychic Epidemic would be a good band name. Or, Psychic Contagion. Ooh.
I'm being a real son of a bitch in this interview to some degree because...
Are you?
Like, I've been trying to think up all the objections I possibly could to your perspective.
Okay,
Because
so
it's so...
co-ruminating, since it was not, it's jargon. So one of the ways you can think about depression, like depression, and not just like more typical sadness, is called ruminating, sort of like ruminants, like cows or whatever, where they bring up food to chew again and then keep doing that until it's digested enough. Ruminating is a process where you bring up like the negative thoughts, feelings, memories, whatever, and linger on them and keep bringing them up and keep bringing them up. And so co-ruminating would be doing that with your friends. So if friend A had a bad breakup or something, and friend B is helping them deal with that breakup, and friend A ends up in a bit of a funk and thinking about, like, I could have saved this relationship if I'd done this stuff, or look at him, he's got a new girlfriend and that's breaking my heart. And friend B also engaging in like the, oh no, yeah, that's awful and I feel so bad for you, and being in that same negative headspace. So that's the co-rumination. Something that reminded me of, hi Ninetails, is something that was sort of brought up in the research with the co-rumination is it's not going to kick off an eating disorder or depression or anxiety in somebody who wasn't already susceptible or vulnerable to it. So you need to have like a genetic vulnerability, a environmental vulnerability for it to really be able to drag you in and get you to the clinical levels that your friend was at. So yeah. Okay. Continuing on.
Contentious. And so I'm going to put forward things that I'm thinking about that are critiques. And
Okay.
it's not that I'm believing them, but they need to be brought forward. So,
Way to cover your ass.
a skeptic might say that you are relying on stereotypes of feminine behavior in adolescence to justify your claim that it's girls that are susceptible to a kind of hysteria, and that's an outdated and sexist, I suppose, hypothesis.
No, I'm not relying on stereotypes at all. I'm relying on evidence. If you look at the anorexia, it afflicts one population. If you look at bulimia, it afflicts
Bull
one
fucking
population.
shit. I'm sorry. Anorexia, like, that is a stereotype that the eating disorders only affect women or girls. Like, that is such a harmful stereotype too. I'm refilling my water, sorry. Because it delays treatment for guys who have eating disorders because yeah, inadvertent funny thing, whale, you're right. So distractible by chat. Okay, like the idea that, oh, only girls or women get eating disorders, so me restricting my food or being uncomfortable with how I look, that's not an eating disorder. I'm just overweight and trying to do something about it or whatever. Like, this ooh. Yes, there is a more prevalent, like a higher proportion of women having anorexia or bulimia, but that doesn't mean it's exclusively them. Yeah, everybody can have an eating disorder. It just might present differently. Like, guys are more likely to have the exercise one where, like, they spend a lot of time in the gym and maybe eating adequately, sort of, but with an intent of cutting in the sense of cutting the fat. Like, sorry, dropped into bro lingo there. So yeah. Okay. Deep breath.
And it grows and it spreads among friend groups, just as this does. It's young women
Ding.
encouraging them
Citation
each
needed.
other in self-harm. And if you look at cutting, same thing. And clinicians have known for years that you cannot house anorexics together in a hospital ward without being very careful, because they will encourage each other to lose more and more weight. We know that women
Right,
do
and you
this,
see
young
that
women
online
do
with
this.
regards to anorexia, right? With the pro-ana
Right.
sites and the pro-bulimia sites.
Right, it wasn't.
So I think it was chapter 1, maybe the intro, where we sort of touched more on the eating disorders and contagion of them. And something I need to check on when we get to the McHugh part, because it seems like a lot of this idea about not putting the people with eating disorders together was from McHugh, because he was very much, you need to separate people with similar things so that they don't sort of positive feedback loop with each other. And yeah, I need to check the standards and practices for that, because there's group therapy and there's treatment centers for eating disorders, so that would suggest that that's not the industry standard. Yeah.
Men who came up with thinspiration. Now, inspiration, right? Inspiration to lose more and more weight. It was young women. Now, of course, men get involved in
All of the bros on Instagram and weightlifting.com and everything posting like progress pics and stuff, like, is a different form of thinspo. It's just, it's because it's fully like muscly guys, it's obviously something different. And when I was still using Reddit and frequenting like Double X Fitness and stuff, the mods would be really careful about like progress pics, that it wasn't going in that sort of direction of unhealthy workout or eating behaviors, because there is a risk of that even in the fitness community. Yeah. Where's my play button? Here we go.
All kinds of, bad behavior, and encourage each other in all kinds of bad behavior. But this kind of socially spread self-harm has proven over and over to be endemic to young women.
You can't group antisocial males together when they're teenagers because they get worse. So that's well known.
I don't want to get sued, so I'm not going to share my thought. Just, it's always curious with Peterson's stories of his friend Chris and all the nihilistic doom behaviors that Chris engaged in, like how much Peterson was a part of those behaviors. It just, I lost my thought. Yeah, and it certainly, a lot of this, like, eating disorders are not ideal, certainly. And figuring out tricks from each other on how to hide not eating food or hide that you're binging is not good. But certainly people would figure some of these things out in isolation, but taking it to mean that transitioning socially or medically, and I think she's more worried about the medically end, although social as being reinforcing and leading them to a medical transition. Just a reminder that to her, transitioning is self-harm, which is why it fits under this hysterical umbrella with the other things. So.
And in fact, if you take antisocial boys and you put them with pro-social boys, the pro-social boys become more antisocial. The antisocial boys don't get better. And that was discovered back in the 1930s in the Somerville study, the detrimental consequences of grouping antisocial boys together. It was the very large-scale study that was designed to, in principle, to reduce the risk of children, boys at risk for developing criminal behavior and alcoholism and so forth. It was one of the first longitudinal studies. It was a complete failure in that the treatment group, who were subject to all sorts of benevolent, at least in principle, benevolent interventions, did much worse than the control group. And after much painstaking analysis and heart-rending doubt, the study's authors concluded that housing the children together in the summer camps they had put out for them to get them out of the inner city was actually the cause of their increased pathology in adulthood. So it does happen among males. Now, Tumblr is also something that you discuss.
He seems more like himself here, for sure. Having the camera angle and lighting being more favorable is also helping him a bit, since, if he has a camera from down here and just flat lighting, he's going to look worse. Just fact of being on camera. I'm trying to remember if he did these sort of interview things before his medical adventure, and I don't think he did. But I know, I'm just thinking about how much he's looking off to the side of the screen, probably to notes, like the Somerville study, which I don't remember. I know I read it, or at least skimmed it, did the grad read. But I'm wondering how much of this he's borrowing from being on H3H3, since Ethan is somewhat infamous for having just a script of questions that he's going to ask people and not really being able to deviate too much from that. So it does seem like he's got some prepped, so he's not just going with the more informal interview, which fair. Being able to keep your thoughts organized on one of these things can be difficult, as I have lost my thoughts several times in this process, but it's still interesting. Yeah, and just checking up on Bink.
As a new mode of perhaps a new medium of social contagion. And as far as I know, that's also a social media forum that's essentially female dominated. Is that correct?
I believe it is still, but though I
Chat
have not,
is
up to
Tumblr
date on the
female
latest,
dominated? Female?
of who looks at Tumblr, but it always has been, yes,
Right.
predominantly female.
Right. So, all right. Here's another question. What made you convinced that you were qualified to do this? Because if I was a critic, again, I guess that's the next place that I would attack, right?
Good
because
question,
you're not a
Peterson.
mental health professional, and so it might be asked, well, what right do you have to investigate this? Even that might be one question, but then also to draw conclusions.
Well, as I'm sure you saw, if when you read my book, I didn't draw any medical conclusions. That is, I relied entirely on experts, and I do believe it is a journalist's job to look into medical, phenomena, including epidemics and so forth, and investigate them and rely on the medical judgment of experts. And that is precisely what I have done.
No, you
This
didn't.
isn't no,
you didn't.
All I did was
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. When you when you look at like the standards of care from so many organizations of like, hey, affirming care is what we're doing, and you find the handful of doctors who say no, that's not conveying the state of the medical opinion currently, and certainly there is something to be said that the current state of medicine could be wrong. However, it doesn't, if we have the people who are affected saying this helps, and the research backing that up from both psychology and medicine, like, this is probably the way it should be going. It's not some errant blip that's going to result in a lot of harm. Like, as somebody was saying in chat, the detransition rate is at most, like, high estimate I saw was like 3%. So that's certainly better than some procedures, many procedures. Like something I had to talk with the doctor about recently with my medical trauma is some treatments for my nerve situation. And a good number of them had a 50% success rate, and that was acceptable for me to consider. It might make it better. It might make it worse. Flip a coin and we'll see what happens for you. Like, not okay with this. I'm not okay with this. So, yeah, I mean, certainly if we can get people informed consent with the risks associated with social transition and the medical transition, whichever steps they choose to take, at the end of the day, like, once they're 18, they're adults, and certainly it seems, and I could be wrong and correct me if I am, that medical transition doesn't really kick off until you're at that point. Like, maybe 16, start taking the hormone replacement stuff. And I'm not considering puberty blockers to be like a huge step, because that's sort of just a pause button in my understanding. And letting people pause their puberty while they think about things and try to figure out, is this something that they actually want to do? Is this not? Doesn't seem like the end of the world and a huge malpractice. Like, come on.
Investigate a phenomenon with neither a particular hypothesis in mind, but just being willing to listen to a lot of experts, and it was their
You had a
testimony
hypothesis.
and their explanation that I put into the book.
Do you think that you were even-handed in your selection of experts?
Fire questions.
I mean, because one of the
Oh.
ways that you can bias an outcome, obviously, if you have a political agenda, you can bias an outcome
Right.
by selecting experts that testify in one direction. And of course, the transgender activists and perhaps the medical and psychological associations themselves might regard people like Ken Zucker as experts who, would appeal to someone of more conservative sensibilities, perhaps.
Well, Sorry, I'm not. I think what you're saying is, did I bias it by only looking at certain kind of
Yes.
experts? And
Yes.
here's what I say: no, I didn't. If you read the book, I interviewed experts of all persuasions. But more importantly,
But you
there
only
are-
listen to the ones that fit your argument that you had. Like, yeah, you talked to the psychologist in New York whose name I'm completely forgetting, and I feel awful for it because I can almost, it's like tip of the tongue. And just, yeah, she did talk to sort of both sides, but she completely tries to discredit or just ignore the side that disagrees with what she's arguing. And the people on her side get a full chapter. It's so strange. So strange. And Awesomes did a rough, or found a Tumblr demographic. 7% of male internet users in the US use Tumblr. 7% of female US internet users, yeah, so roughly even. And 2020 was after the content ban, right? So, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there were different corners for different people, different tastes. Oh, yeah, she talked to all those scienticians.
literally thousands, I believe, certainly hundreds of books celebrating immediate medical transition for teenagers. There is precisely one book that did an investigation of the risks and benefits and concerns that might be had
Citations
around the
needed.
medicalization of teenage girls. That's it. One book. And the question is, so do all these experts have a voice? Of course. I don't claim to have done and conducted my own scientific study. All I did was show a willingness to speak to the experts who are very, very concerned about what's going on here.
Okay, so
She's
so
not
let's-
wrong.
let's
She
dig-
spoke to the experts who are concerned with what's going on here. And she spoke to less of the experts who are not concerned. Yeah, immediate gender transition. Yeah, it's no, you take a pill and then poop, done. Yeah, her book title is absolutely an assertion and laying out what it is. And certainly she could make the case that the book title only came up after talking with the research or the experts and everything. But with the nature of questions that various people got hit with, that doesn't seem likely. Oh, hi. So KT Chung is the person I was mentioning earlier who did the Zucker thread. So thank you for that again.
Even a layer deeper, I suppose, is why the claim that you just made, for example, that there is a very large literature supporting the idea of medical transition and a very small literature criticizing it, is striking. I don't understand it. What's going on? Like, what's driving this? Why is it that the medical associations and the psychological associations have rushed so precipitously into gender identity affirmation when the cost of it, when it's taken to its logical conclusion, is extraordinarily invasive surgical modification, which carries substantive risk, and which I think it's fair to say has disputable benefits. Why is this happening?
Not bad questioning from Peterson. Good job. So good. I just lost my train of thought again. Like I said, don't blame him for having notes. It's just interesting. It. Oh dear. It was such a good question. My thought just evaporated. Maybe it'll come back. Oh, no. Remembered. So, like, it's not just this sudden that they keep making it sound like. It's, I think, the APA of the psychological type, not the psychiatric type, I think they started being more gender inclusive in the mid-aughts. So, 15 years ago, they started changing the verbiage and language and playing around with the guidelines of care. And like the work going into the DSM-5, like the DSM-5, as was pointed out earlier, was released in 2013, but that would have been workshopped for years before that. So it's not like this is coming all of a sudden. It's just the science building to a point where we need to change our conception of gender identity, what the best practice is for people who have gender dysphoria or just need gender affirming care, and seeing that be updated in the different things as the new standards or guidelines come out. So it might seem sudden, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not really that sudden. And also just the research has accumulated to a point where this is the new standard. So it doesn't seem that like, oh my God, we just all of a sudden, 2017 or whatever, something huge changed and everybody lost their mind. No.
Well, there are a number of reasons it's happening, but if you're asking why more medical, more doctors and therapists aren't speaking out, I think the answer is...
So sorry. One more thing. Awesome's... I think Peterson saying that's confusing to him. I don't think he was really confused. I think that is a way to do an interview to sort of be on the viewer's side if they're not familiar with things and say like, okay, this isn't making sense. Let's take a step back and can you explain this in a way that is more understandable for everybody? Certainly could do that sometimes with teaching, where just like, this isn't making sense. Let's think about this. And it's sort of a rhetorical thing. Technique? Yeah.
Because if even Jordan Peterson is concerned about having this interview with me, and with all of your courage and all the stances you've taken, imagine what far less courageous doctors are willing to say.
The Peterson stances.
It still strikes me. It still strikes me as
that was a non-answer.
Remarkable that this change has occurred over such a short period of time. I mean, one of the things you do in the book, and maybe you can talk about this, is...
I got something to say. So, yeah, she was absolutely buttering him up there. Like, oh, you're so brave. Ooh, woo. You're my lobster daddy. Ooh, woo. You give me the courage to write this book. Ooh, woo. It seems, if I'm remembering the history of the DSM revisions correctly, it seems like the change for homosexuality, so like gay, lesbian, bi, was quick. Like the change from it being solidly in the DSM to it not, I think happened in like over the course of a decade, which is roughly what we're talking about here. So I don't know if they would argue that was also sudden and ill-informed and all of the other things that they like to throw around, but yeah.
Document the nature of the treatment, the medical treatment for gender dysphoria when the treatment is gender transition. So you talk about the use of testosterone and its subsidy on university campuses, and then you talk about the more invasive surgical transformations, double mastectomies, phalloplasty, and which is the creation of a new penis, if you use that word loosely.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh god, I was gonna make fun of like how long it was taking him for him to say penis, but oh, shots fired. Wow. Peterson, You just lost all your, like, yay points. Just one phrase. Wow. Again, for those who are not following the videos or just watching them in the background, so you have the social transition where you start living life in the appropriate gender identity and expression, and then that's like one part of transition. And then another part of transition is the medical transition, where you get various procedures, some plastic surgery, some not, to try to get your body in a way that feels right for you. And it just, yeah. So what transition looks like for everybody will be different. Some people are happy just with the social transition. Some people will need to do some steps of the medical transition. Some people will do all the steps of the medical transition and social transition. And so it's not that everybody who starts a gender transition will go all the way with all of the steps. And that was incredibly just transphobic to say, like, penis, if you can call it that. Like, bruh. No. Bad Peterson. Bad Peterson. Well, I am using transition pretty loosely because it is, I mean, there's the basic definition of, you know, transitioning from your assigned at birth sex, gender, to the gender identity and expression that you want to live with. And so there's a lot of facets to that for different people. And I think they would all fall under the transition umbrella. So, yeah. But as far as surgeries go, for assigned female at birth people, phalloplasty, which is the creation of a penis from existing tissue and stuff, is one of the options. But there's also metoidioplasty, where the testosterone enlarged clitoris is released from some of the ligaments that hold it in place, so it can be more outside the body and be a penis that way. But for some people, neither of these options is acceptable, and they're waiting for something better. And some people will get the phalloplasty and be happy with it, maybe not. Some people will get the metoidioplasty and be happy with it, or maybe not. Like, you know, there are create a transition from Play-Doh. What does that even mean? Yeah, and certainly, as FedEx Panda is saying, you know, transition's not something that happens overnight. It is a gradual process for most people. And it may seem sudden from the outside, to use somebody who just came out recently. The good Abby, completely blanking on her last name because all I can see is Shrier right now. Thorne, Abigail Thorne. You know, had a video of like, hey, I'm trans. I've been transitioning for some period, but, you know, I'm official now. Philosophy Tube. Yes, her last name is Philosophy Tube. So from the outside, you know, it seems sudden because all of a sudden, like, the last video, male presenting or masculine presenting, and then this video had an actor for the guy part and then herself for the feminine part. And so it did seem sudden from the outside, but for her, as she said, it was a much more lengthy process that involved a lot of steps that we did not see as the general viewing audience. And if somebody is being problematic, just let me know. Let me know.
These are not minor procedures, including the use of testosterone. And it's remarkable to me, given that, how fast these guidelines for treatment have changed?
Well, I think you're right. The activists have been very aggressive and very effective here in the medical accrediting institutions. But I think that at the root of all of these changes is a series of polite lies that we swallowed, unfortunately, in the public sphere. So in the last week, for instance, the California Insurance Commissioner has said that for the purposes of insurance in California, that breast surgery, top surgery, double mastectomy on healthy breasts for even teenage girls needs to be regarded no longer as cosmetic, but something that corrects abnormal structures. Because if you've accepted the lie that a young woman who says she's a boy truly is a boy, then healthy breasts become abnormal structures. This is the corruption of language. So you must remove them.
Hi, that's what we're doing. We're reacting to a discussion. Yeah, we're not the swallowing joke phrasing. So she said it was the California Health Commission, but that would be for health insurance purposes. Like, this basically means that the double mastectomy would be covered under insurance, whereas if it was cosmetic, it would be elective and not covered under insurance. Like, oh no, the trans guys are able to get a procedure covered by insurance. Oh no. And certainly, like, if you need to get a breast reduction, it should be covered, because, oh my god, the back and nerve problems. Or if you just don't want them. Yeah, as Sigan said, just if you don't want them, it's your body.
Regardless of her age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, language tends to be associated with action, and it was the corruption of language that I objected to, 4 years ago, because it has consequences. Now, you made the strong.
What are those consequences, Peterson? They haven't really happened yet. You've been trying to say that it's happened, but it hasn't. So if you don't follow me on Twitter, I don't blame you, because Twitter is a hell space. There was a case in British Columbia, I think, where a dad was put in jail for reasons. So his child was trying to transition, so trans, and the dad was going on interviews and saying the child's dead name and misgendering the child, and was put in jail. So Peterson tweeted out that this was a consequence or an extension of Bill C-16 and the policing of language and all of that stuff. In reality, it was a Family Care Act, I think that was the name of it, where... Okay. Bye-bye. Tired of him. Them. So... You leaving? Okay. So it's not that the dad was put in jail because he was misgendering the child and whatever. It was because he was talking about a minor who he was prohibited from discussing because of the Family Care Act, and, giving details, giving pictures, giving all this stuff in an ongoing case. And it wasn't Bill C-16, it was just overstepping what he should be doing as a father and going against the court orders and talking about his child, and yeah. So, yeah. See ya, awesomes.
I would say that you made in our interview, which is the lie that an adolescent girl who thinks she is a boy truly is a boy. And I suppose it's language like that that gets you in trouble to the degree that you get into trouble.
The lie?
Because that's a pretty strong statement. The gender theorists who are driving this movement, I would say,
Sorry.
put forth the proposition that, first of all, that an individual always knows what gender they are, even if that changes from day to day. There isn't an authority outside the individual themselves that can opine on gender identity.
Where's the
that's
lie?
part of the philosophy that drives the gender affirmation movement, I would say. Correct?
That was a
Right,
question.
that's part of the philosophy, but unfortunately, there's no biological or empirical or means of verifying that. We have no means
Right.
of saying.
Abigail, we have to verify gender, Shrier. Oh God. I guess that explains her stance that there's like no medical test for gender or whatever. Ooh, spicy takes. Yeah, like what? I don't understand. Like some people have such a problem allowing gender fluid people to be gender fluid, or that it's not fixed. Yeah. See ya, people who are dipping. Yeah, this isn't gonna be short. We are 30 minutes into the video, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, and of course, Jules is absolutely right that we don't need to verify cis people because, well, I imagine the argument would be that, you know, it's already been verified through the birth certificate, so, but yeah. And of course, intersex people never enter this discussion. They're not even a footnote in this discussion. Although the attention that trans people have been getting, it might be for the best. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so I think the idea, David, is that cis identities, gender identities can be verified through how your body naturally develops, the birth certificate, you know, the standard things. And so those are hunky-dory. But if you try to step outside that box, then it needs to be independently verified, and we can't do that, and that's a problem. Yeah, it would be nice, like, doctor's opinion or doctor's assessment of sex at birth. Oh, yeah, COVID vaccination booking site asking for assigned sex at birth. It's an interesting choice.
Of establishing that a girl who believes she is a boy is truly a boy. In
Well,
fact,
it's more of a definition than anything else, right? It's a place to start. It's an axiom. The axiom is that the only person who can offer an informed opinion about their gender is the person themselves. No medical professionals, no parents, no loved ones, no one else, only the individual. And that's even the case if it changes from day to day or hour to hour.
Duh. I'm sorry. What? Why is this a point of discussion? Like, yeah, the person knows their gender. I know my gender. Peterson knows his gender. Shrier knows her gender. Just because they line up, like, it makes it easier for us and societal more acceptable, but we're working on changing that because apparently I'm a transgender activist at this point. Oh, okay.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
They begin with a conclusion.
Okay, and then the other claim, and this is the one that I have difficulty with logically, is that a girl who thinks she is a boy is in fact a boy trapped in a girl's body.
Oh, here we
Which
go.
seems to me, and that's been the case ever since birth. And it seems to me that this is a form of the biological essentialism that the gender theorists typically decry, proposing, as they typically do, that gender is a social construct. Now, it isn't obvious to me how gender can be a social construct and be something immutable from birth that's only known to an individual themselves, which sounds a lot more like a biological explanation to me. So,
Right.
My understanding of putting together all the different things, and hopefully this doesn't get me canceled. That's always a good lead in, right? So it's my understanding is that there may be factors that may predispose, for lack of a better term, individuals towards identifying as trans or non-binary and later in life. And, you know, they may be hormonal factors, they may be genetic factors, but they're, yay! Thank you, Nine Tails. So there may be some biological factors at play for a trans person being trans. Same sort of thing with the different sexual orientations, where there may be some genetic, hormonal, you know, environmental factors coming together for a person to have whatever orientation or gender identity. And so you've got that little nugget, so the nature part, and then there's the nurture part where the cultural norms and expressions of gender, hands out of frame, you know, how what you're feeling on the inside gets expressed on the outside. And how it gets to be expressed on the outside is, you know, it's an interplay between those two things. And so if somebody has whatever features that lead to feeling that, you know, my body isn't right for me in terms of the gender it is growing into or is, you know, that's sort of a brain biological state. And then you do the external things like social transition or medical transition to try to get these two to mesh. Like, this fits together, I think, pretty well. And hopefully I'm not advocating for getting rid of the genetic variability that leads to these things, because it's cool that we have different things. So yeah, I don't see, yeah. And yeah, as Jules is saying, trapped in the wrong body is a misrepresentation of what people are feeling. It, as I've said in videos, like, it seems to be a shorthand to get people to understand quickly the concept of being transgender. But certainly it's not the more true or the more representative explanation of things. So of course, starting from that and then arguing against that, he is sort of straw manning this here. Yeah, it is fun to say transgender agenda, I have to say. So Nine Tails is saying that there's less and less data that's biologically rooted. Okay, fair. This is one of those things that I haven't dug into, so I could certainly be wrong. But I'm also generally a materialist on things and tend to think that things are coming from the brain in some way. So that's sort of my bias there. Okay.
Right. I mean, I interviewed affirmative therapists, and I would say to them, and they would say, well, some kids are gender fluid. And I would say to them, well, then how can you recommend top surgery on a young woman who may turn out to be gender fluid, meaning she decides at some point she was wrong, she isn't a boy, she's a girl. And this response was essentially, well, only she can know her truth. I mean,
of course, it's not, you can't just be gender fluid. You have to be hopping into one or the other box. And maybe she hops, God, I'm doing it. Maybe they hop into the girl box and then they want their breast back. Like, Shrier, please work on your understanding of gender fluidity. Yeah, and certainly somebody who's gender fluid may get top surgery. They may work to enhance those assets, like just what feels right for them. And we need to just trust that they know what they're doing.
This is not medicine any longer. It's closer to witchcraft.
Witchcraft.
So
he's not going to question that.
Let me start at the beginning, and outline the hypothesis of the book. So over the last 5 years, there's been a tremendous transformation in the language and the conceptualization that's been applied by medical associations in relationship to gender. And gender is being defined as something that's a personal choice, essentially. And that personal
Is it a choice? Is it a choice? I didn't choose to be cis. Like, it's what I am. I think the same would be true for people who are trans or non-binary or gender fluid or two-spirit or whatever. Like, it's not a choice. It's just who they are.
being extended to the to the domain of physiological transformation. And medical professionals are now required to accede to any requests for physiological transformation on the part of their clients or patients as a consequence of the mandates of their professional organizations. And the consequence of that has been a shift in the transgender phenomenon from a tiny percentage of primarily males to a 1 in 50 percentage of primarily adolescent females, many of whom are undergoing the full physiological, or many of whom are undergoing at least part of the physiological transformation process. That sums it up, essentially, I believe.
It's interesting he puts things in a different order than the book. Because my impression from the book is she put, like, there's a change brought on by social contagion stuff, and then the medical stuff changed to accommodate that, and then that made it easier for people to transition, I think is her logical order of things. But I mean, we've talked about in this already that, you know, I would think it's more just the research coming to a point where this is the acceptable standard of care. You know, affirmative care is the way to go for gender questioning people. And my impression from reading the APA guidelines for transgender clients is, you know, to be respectful, even if you don't agree. And if you aren't comfortable having a transgender client or don't think you could fully provide them with the care that they need, to refer them to somebody else. It's not that these people are having to do this or risk losing their license. At least it's my impression. I'm not a doctor, not a clinical or counseling psychologist. But it seems like there's still room for the person to be like, I'm not comfortable doing this, but I need to be respectful and help you get the help that you need. And not say that they're wrong with what they're feeling, but just, you know, I'm not the best person to be helping you with this treatment. So it's not like their arms are being twisted into doing it, I don't think.
I'm not sure I totally followed that, but I think so.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, I probably should have asked you this at the beginning of the interview, but the basic,
Sure.
I was trying to outline the basic argument that you were making.
Right. The basic argument that I'm making is that girls is that a large population of teenage girls who probably do not have gender dysphoria, they certainly have an atypical form of gender dysphoria, are able to quickly...
They don't have gender dysphoria, but they have atypical gender dysphoria. My pause game with her is just on today. Okay.
Obtain hormones and surgeries. They are very much they're acting under social media influence and peer influence. We have numbers on that. Certainly not my studies, but others have done studies on this. And they're acting under the influence of peer influence and social media influence. They are quickly obtaining hormones and surgeries, and there is virtually no medical oversight of this process. That's the thesis of the book.
Right. And so
That's the
the
thesis of the
alternating
book.
hypotheses are either that there's been an explosion in transgender identifying individuals because the social strictures have been taken off the diagnosis, or that this is a form of psychological contagion.
Right. I don't think it's the former. I started to explain why. I mean,
Yeah.
one of the reasons I said is you would expect a large, rise in transgender identification across populations. It wouldn't just be teenage girls. You would see women in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. You would see more men, coming out as transgender in comparable rates. But not only that, you're seeing among this population, we know that rates of suicide and depression are rising as social acceptance of gender dysphoria is going, or transgender identification is going up. But
So when she talked about that in the book, she sort of cited some stuff that it wasn't clear if the rates were going up. Just sort of talking historically about the rates of ending one's life in Minecraft and depression and other things being separate from trans identification and support or transition. And certainly some of the stuff coming out of the Dutch clinic was indicating that there weren't differences in rates between kids in the gender treatment program and kids in like an ADHD clinic in, negative emotional states. So I would think that this might indicate that, for one, a lot of youth are experiencing a lot of life stressors, especially now, that are causing those sorts of things to increase. And it's not just because of phones, although having readily social media access can be negative. But, yeah, good night, people who are leaving. But also, yes, trans acceptance is becoming more a thing, but so's the backlash against it. The UK is certainly one example where it sort of seems to be progressing backwards in terms of acceptability. And we're seeing that in some parts of the US too. Some people wanting to fight tooth and nail to the bitter end to make sure that trans people aren't able to live their lives as they need to. Which would make it more difficult to be a trans person or non-binary and feel accepted, feel safe, which would potentially increase negative mental places. And if you're not safe, it's not cut and dry. It's not cut and dry. Is chat freezing for anybody else? Just making sure it's not a hiccup on the my end.
Would have predicted that those things going down with social acceptance. Instead, it seems to be, coincident and comorbid with teenage girls' mental health crisis, in which we're seeing very, very high rates of anxiety and depression.
Okay. I have to think for a minute here, and I want to go back to why this is happening. So there's been a political, arguably, no, I won't state that. There's been a transformation in the way that transgender identity is conceptualized and treated in the last 5 years. What's motivating the people who have been behind this transformation? What's in it for them?
Well, I think that there are, people who are, there are a number of things. There is a strong ideological and
transgender agenda. Here we go.
Financial commitments and incentives for certain people to insist that transition on demand, regardless of age, context, or other mental health problems, be always immediately facilitated. And
right. Well, it seems like that becomes necessary to prove something. It seems to me, and that's what I know. That's what I'm trying to get at, is that it's necessary to set up the medical systems so that gender dysphoric, transgender identifying teenagers have access to the full arsenal of medical transformation. And that helps demonstrate that some other axiom is true. What is that? Is the axiom that gender is in fact socially constructed?
Oh no, he's gonna go big with it. Oh God, it can't just be that people are trans and seeking affirming care. It's got to be a greater arm of the transgender, whatever, LGBT agenda to push this to be more normalized and destroy the West. I don't know. He's probably going to say whatever it is, but oh my God. Chaos Dragon Inc. What? Yeah. It's no small acts in the Peterson verse. And my impression, and I could be wrong, again, is like the medical transition where you get into the more permanent-ish changes doesn't happen before somebody is 16, really, unless they are particularly with the precocious puberty or other things. Like, it's the pause to give people chance to think about things, figure out their sexuality, figure out their identity and expression, to see what steps they want to take. And yeah, just the not commingling, putting in transition as this big thing that is medical and social that, you know, kids are getting access to when they're like 5 is just, it's not right. And it's a bit fear-mongery. Yeah, it's just, here we go. Oh,
Do you see what I mean? Is that there's you said there's an ideological.
Oh, too far. There we go.
Some other axiom is true. What is that? Is the axiom that gender is in fact socially constructed? Do you see what I mean? Is that there's you said there's an ideological reason. What I'm trying to do is to specify that reason. I'd like to understand that reason.
I don't know that there is a larger sociological or ideological goal. I think they are ideologically motivated. So, in other words, they have these commitments, but I don't think that they're trying to prove something, except in the way that I suppose that they are saviors of some kind.
Wow.
Look.
Well, that would certainly be something that would be motivating to prove.
I mean, if you notice, the doctors who are pushing this very often, that we're certainly seeing in the United States is a young generation of doctors and therapists who are activists first and doctors or therapists second. We're seeing this across society in all kinds of professions. Their ideological commitments precede their professional investigation. They begin with their conclusions.
Yeah, well, the ideological.
It is interesting that, like, he definitely seemed like he was trying to go for the bigger thing, but it seems like she's kind of contradicting some of her stuff. Because, like, the education chapter, she was talking about the trans agenda basically being taught in schools to get kids to question their gender and possibly grow up as transgender, or at least question whatever, and kind of tied into the idea that she didn't explicitly say, but was kind of implicitly there, of like the disappearing lesbians, where more butch lesbians are instead identifying as trans because of reasons. Yeah, they're kind of talking past each other right now, which is kind of funny. It just, yeah, and absolutely starting with their conclusions like Littman. Like, I need to stack the deck and go to the transgender trend and or Fourth Wave Now and all of these websites to be able to find enough of a sample to see if this is a separate thing. Yeah, and the idea of a bunch of doctors being activists is interesting. It's an interesting claim. Would be nice to have some sort of backing, although this is a conversation. They are allowed to talk more freely, but certainly that isn't something that she really had in her book.
commitment is that this is what I can't wrap my head around it, because the ideological commitment, if it's that gender is socially malleable or a social construct, which seems to be that seems to be a fundamental axiom that drives this kind of ideology. I can't see how that can live side by side the proposition that the girl who's trapped in a boy's body has an immutably male identity.
Well, I think a lot of them just insist on the immutability. The problem is we know that's not true.
Well, except that they also insist on gender fluidity.
Right. But they also insist on gender fluidity. I mean, I could answer your question this way: what is non-binary? Because right now in the United States and throughout the West, certainly true in Canada, you can get your breasts removed. Not if you say you're transgender. You don't even have to say you're transgender.
Now they're gatekeeping transness. Wow, the plot twist.
Woman 16 or up says she is non-binary. That's enough to allow her, without a therapist note, to get her breasts removed. Now, how do we know that a non-binary person has no breasts? I know that a man has no woman's breasts. How do we know that a non-binary person has no breasts?
Well, that's a very good illustration, I would say, of the mystery that I'm trying to nail down. Is that your claim is that breasts or no breasts, it's all the same to the non-binary identity, but that isn't the way it plays out. The way it plays out is that the breast removal proceeds forthwith, and so
what?
That's not. I don't understand that.
Well, there are no diagnostics.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, so she's obsessed with the breasts because you need to be able to breastfeed. We're gonna give my opinion and my take on this. This is just an opinion based on my reading of her book. That I think the bottom line for her is that these AFAB youth are risking their ability to reproduce in the future, and that is absolutely essential as part of the AFAB cards that you're dealt. You need to be able to produce and rear children, and that is a cornerstone of your life story, narrative, cycle, whatever. And so you need to be able to nurse your child, completely ignoring how many people have difficulties doing that, even under the best circumstances. And you need to be able to have kids, and also ignoring how difficult that can be under the best of circumstances. So I think that's why there's such a focus on the breasts and the removal of those, and why she considers that a form of self-harm. And it just, they're absolutely demonstrating that they don't really understand what a non-binary or gender fluid or two-spirit or, other identity is outside of the two gender boxes. The idea that somebody could not want to have breasts or want to have breasts, even with a gender fluid or non-binary identity, and certainly, if somebody wants bigger boobs as a woman, you just have to go get plastic surgery. And it's interesting that there's the block in the way for trans men to get mastectomies potentially. It is sort of like gatekeeping assigned female at birth medical decisions. Certainly I've had to have several discussions with various doctors over the course of my life about I don't want to have kids. I can be on this medication. Me getting pregnant is not a concern. And one psychiatrist I had, is your husband okay with this decision? Does your husband want kids? Fuck off. Well, so at least in the US, I think as far as horns go, it is sort of a surgery, but it's not done by doctors, at least in the US, my understanding, unless I heard about it, because it's body modification. So the best you can get is topical anesthetic. Like, you can't get an actual anesthetic. And it's a gnarly thing for the look, but yeah, that's elective. And typically done by body or people who do that. Like, not just tattoo artists, but what the broader. Anyways, yes, they are very selective with the boxes and everything else that you get.
Markers at all or evidence of a non-binary identity except the say-so of the patient.
Part of it's a matter of definition. Now, one of the things that you do in your book, I thought this was quite interesting, is make the claim that when gender theory is taught in schools, the classic binary genders are presented in a very stereotyped manner, very stereotyped, very unidimensional stereotype manner. And then any personal deviation from that stereotype is regarded as evidence for a non-binary identity. And so that's a matter of definition in some sense, right? Because you could say that.
But the curriculum, like, my impression of the curriculum is it wasn't just a very stereotypical boys are doing math and girls are doing language and Barbie and Transformer toys or whatever. Oh yes, they claim that gender theory is being taught in schools because there are curriculum in existence for schools to use. Whether or not they're actually using these is a whole other question, with like the transgender unicorn or the genderbread person, to just get kids to think about, their identity and their expression, and just, this is what it can mean for somebody to be trans or non-binary. Whether or not schools are using these curriculum is a whole different matter. But, yeah, it's just, this isn't something I saw in the curriculum that, boys do this, girls do this. And so if you're not meeting one of these two things, oh, you're gender questioning or gender non-binary or whatever. It's more trying to open up, like, girls can do the STEM stuff as much as they want and excel in it, and boys can do the arts and the language stuff and excel in that as much as they want, and just try to open up the options for everybody, not tied to any particular stereotypes of those gender stuff. Like, they're conflating stuff again, and it just drives me nuts. Oh, yeah.
The only genuine genders, and this would be the redefinition of the word gender in some sense, the only binary genders are the stereotypes, and if you are deviant from those stereotypes on any of the multiple dimensions along which they're defined, then you are in fact another gender. You can set up a definitional structure in that way and have it be coherent. The question is, what are the consequences of that?
So the consequences is a lot of confusion for young people trying to sort these things at who they are out at a time when that's typically done in adolescence. I mean, the problem with saying these...
Can you distinguish that from freedom? Because if I was going to take the perspective that was opposite to that,
he absolutely doesn't understand
what
non-binary.
You're doing by deconstructing the concept of gender itself is allowing adolescents much more freedom and exploration of their identities during a critical period than would otherwise be the case.
Where's the line?
I would temperamentally tend to side with the confusion hypothesis. I think it's a catastrophe to confuse adolescents with regards to their gender identity just when they're attempting to catalyze that identity, right at the same time that hormonal transformations are at their peak and they're undergoing a profound transformation in self.
That's exactly the great point in life, to have the vocabulary to talk about what you're experiencing, which I think is what these curriculum are trying to provide the students with. It's not that they're trying to convert students or like put them in the stereotype box or the other box. So I guess this is a 3-box system for once. Yeah, it's just people like Peterson are confused. Does seem to be the case. Yeah, it just, having the language to describe your experiences is not a bad thing, and I don't think it would confuse people. Like, how does having the words to describe what you're feeling end up confusing people? Like, I'm going to go out on a limb and speculate, this is just speculation, that this confusion that they're seeing, or what they're calling confusion, is kids who were potentially acting in a gender conforming way, discovering this stuff, and then like playing around with their expression, playing around with their identity to feel out what's best for them. And from a parental perspective who doesn't want to see their child as trans and or non-binary, the child looks confused, but in reality they're just sorting their shit out. But that's my take on it.
A plethora, an infinite plethora of ways to be, none of which have been tested in some sense in the world.
Tested.
Seems to me a recipe for disaster. But
dude, you're in fucking Canada. Ugh. Like, the 2S in the LGBTQIA2S, like, that's Canadian, I believe. Like, and the joke of, like, every time you guys question gender, we're gonna add another one. Feels apt here. Yep. Get your gender tested. Oh, God. And it's completely ignoring, like, all of the different ways gender has been expressed and understood, and the different genders in different religious or cultural traditions. Like, just, you know, we're not going to ignore, we're just, nope, because those were not part of the West and the Western tradition. Just, nope, not valid and tested. I find the way he says ideological a bit idiosyncratic, but that's fine.
Does it look like freedom? No, it doesn't look like freedom.
Oh,
and I'll tell you why, because these girls are miserable. Just look at the number of young women on YouTube who regret their transitions already. They adopt behavior.
So she has a chapter that's coming up in my series on the desisters and detransitioners, and I don't know how it compares number-wise to the number of trans and or non-binary people who are happy with transitioning. I imagine they are a smaller subset, but that's my guess. Yes, I guess she just favors having her right eye open. Yeah.
After deciding online on some social media site that their true identity is non-binary. Oh no, wait, it's two-spirit. Now I'm a two-spirit. Oh no, wait, I'm agender. Once they go through these, they lead lives. I mean, if you talk to them, talk to their parents, they are I wouldn't, if these young women were flourishing, I wouldn't have written the book. That's
right.
Not a sad story. They're flourishing, but
except part of her definition of flourishing is, you know, the parents being happy and in contact with them. But as we've seen in the book with the stories she's shared, a lot of these parents make their child's lives miserable, and then the child cuts off contact, understandably so. Like, your parent is misgendering and dead naming you consistently, not supporting you in a very vulnerable part of your life with, you know, something very central to your identity. Yeah.
Cutting off their parents, they're dropping out of school, they have no meaningful employment, all their friends are only transgender, they hate all cis people. You see patterns that are desperately unhealthy.
Hate cis people,
well,
right?
It seems to me, you know, and maybe this is a consequence of not taking the idea of a social role with sufficient seriousness, is that there's a lot more to identity than your personal feeling.
Oh, God.
Identity is something that's negotiated in the social community, and an identity is actually a tool that you use to adapt, so that if you have an identity that functions, we could say you managed to find a long-term stable mate. You managed to have children at some point in your life. You managed to have gainful employment so that you can support yourself and maybe in a meaningful and productive manner. You are able to use your own time outside of work and social obligations in a manner that's meaningful to you. You regulate your use of drugs and alcohol so that you don't fall by the wayside in that manner. So what it means is that an identity is partly who you think you are, but it's also partly the manner in which you interact with other people. And if that identity is going to be useful, let's say, if that identity is going to be valid, it has to provide you with a mode of being in the world. And part of the problem with this multiplication of gender identities is that it's not obvious how you can manifest them in the world without transforming the entire world, which isn't going to happen in your life.
Oh no, we're coming for your compulsive heterosexual life script, Peterson. We're coming. I've already said no kids. Screw traditional job avenues, YouTube. And I'm just the tip of the iceberg. Oh God. But so the interesting thing is so much of this, like the identity as a tool, is going to be talked about in this first proper Beyond Order video. But yeah, certainly he views certain avenues, certain jobs, certain life choices as more meaningful and more valid than others. Oh, God. Yes. But society needs to be more inclusive, dude. It's okay. It's not going to ruin everything. I promise.
And so that's, and maybe that touches on, to some degree, what it is that's driving this, is that it's some deep desire for a radical social transformation so that anything goes, and it's pushing. Look, everybody feels to some degree the restrictive nature of social rules. I just said that you have to adopt an identity so that you can get by in the world, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a fair bit of your individuality that's squashed and crushed as you adopt that identity and become in some...
Okay, chat, how many of you feel completely squashed by society? Because I don't. And I'm wondering if this is Peterson extrapolating his experiences to everybody else again. Because, yeah, there is a give and take between what's socially acceptable and what's not. But, like, I could potentially just wear my business pants, which is pajama pants. Today we were doing a lovely leopard print, out in public, and I might get some weird looks, but that's okay. Like, that is probably the most socially deviant I'd want to go, or like speeding, but that's the norm in California, so that's fine. Yeah, okay, capitalism would be that's fair. That is fair. But it's yeah, I guess I am in a somewhat place of privilege that I don't feel a lot of monetary stress, so that is a good point. But that's certainly not what he's talking about, for sure, because he's on board for the meritocracy and the dominance hierarchy and all of that. So
way like everybody else. And maybe this is a rebellion, at least in part, against that notion of having to become like everyone else. The unfortunate reality is, though, that if you don't, there's no place for you.
There's only no place if you don't let them have a place, Peterson. Peterson! They have a place. You're just saying they don't have a place. They totally have a place. Oh.
Right. I mean, the young women who do, these are overwhelmingly, and you look at Lisa Littman's study, and, the number of women were, and I've seen, my own interviews. These women are overwhelmingly white, middle and upper middle class, and they have no victim status. They have no easy victim status, and they need one. They need one to get by socially. They aren't a minority in any sense, but this is the one status they can choose. See, they can't always choose to be gay, but they can choose to be trans. No one knows better than they do who their gender is
so does that mean that she thinks that like being a lesbian or gay is verifiable by an independent source? Did I just hear that right? Because I think that's an extension of her argument there. Like, yeah, well, let me just hit loophole, I think. Part of her argument is what she just said, that these kids are privileged and need to be able to have a victim status in some way to be cool or have social currency to work with the other kids, and so this is their way of doing that. So
so no one can question them the moment they say they're two-spirit or trans.
Well, then another theme I would say that emerges from your book is the increasing social inacceptability among adolescents of what would have been more normative gender identities. Like these girls, the generation that you're describing, is also characterized, according to the research that you did in your book and research that's been put forward elsewhere, by a dearth of intimate relationships. And so it also seems to be, right? One of the things you pointed out was, I don't remember if you talked about 16-year-old girls or 18-year-old girls, but in the year and a half preceding being asked the question, half of them hadn't had anything that resembled any aspect of an intimate couple's relationship. That seems to be a radical transformation. So is it also partly that the more traditional gender roles aren't working?
We're gonna pause him there, even though I think he's mid-thought. If you're not familiar, part of Shrier's argument, and sort of borrowed from Littman, is that these kids are identifying as trans and non-binary because they haven't had sexual experience yet and don't know that they're cis, sort of by extension, which just seems like it's a borrowed argument from so much of what the lesbian, gay, and bi community experience, were like, you're just gay because you haven't had a good vagina yet or whatever. Like, it's just repackaged. It feels so completely obvious that it's repackaged, but there we are.
No. I don't know that they aren't working. I don't know that they've ever explored them. Look, these are young, very sheltered young girls. These are the generation that grew up with helicopter parents, and they have barely ever had a kiss. They've never held hands. They spend all their time on their phone. They don't know their own bodies and their own desires, and they don't know, and they haven't experienced romantic relationships with each other. So they don't know who they are, and they don't know what they want, and instead they turn to the internet to answer all their questions.
What do you suppose is happening?
Okay, so a joke that has emerged recently on Twitter. Well, I'm sorry, I can't give credit to the person, but with Lil Nas X's video for Call Me By Your Name, where it's like, Christians, gay people go to hell. Lil Nas X music video goes to hell. Christians, no, not like that. Where it just, when I was a kid and growing up, there was certainly a lot of like, don't have sex, purity, purity, purity. Sex before marriage is completely unacceptable. And then now she's like, these teens aren't having sex. They don't know themselves. Like, which is it? Which is it? Because I have a feeling if the sex rate went up in teens, it would be seen as a bad thing and, be argued that, they're not having the right type of sex, or because it's premarital sex, they're being confused about their feelings from it or something. Like, oh.
Happened. I mean, I thought that the statistic that you put forward about the lack of intimate relationship, because those were population-based statistics, if I remember correctly, right? You weren't looking at a small minority of teenage girls who
yeah,
were on
and
the road to
asexuality
transition.
doesn't
This
even
was
factor into this.
that generation. Like,
Right.
why aren't these teenagers dating and interacting with members of the opposite sex like they were only 15 years ago or 20 years ago? What's failed? Like, do you see this as a consequence of technological transformation?
There are many, many, many things at play. One, they're with mom all
Yeah,
the time.
that would be an extension. Or you would think that cis people don't validate their sex until they've had sex either. But again, cis people are taken at their word. So.
Kids report being with mom. They get a driver's license until much later.
Right.
They don't spend time with each other. They're with mom all the time. Even they talk to her all day. They text her.
Is she going to blame the mom now?
On a constant basis. So they don't have freedom to be alone with each other. And then when they are alone with each other, rather than being intimate and sharing things and exploring each other, and even just
exploring each other,
anyway, they're on their phones. So that's at play. There's also pornography. I mean, we've seen, there have been studies that show, or there's statistics that show that young men are experiencing erectile dysfunction. Young men under 30, at rates we've never seen before because of online porn. So basically, the one thing that biology evolved, that men were evolved to be able to do, social media or online porn content, has made it hard for them to do, difficult for them to achieve. We've never seen, these kinds of rewiring of human sexuality that's going on because people aren't spending time with each other in person. These young people are spending time online, alone.
Yeah, okay, so part of...
I mean, unpacking that, we're at the 15-minute mark. I have to pee. So I'm just going to mention that this was discussed in the first of the Shrier videos, the phone's bad, too much phone's bad. And I guess porn also fits in there. But it just, yeah, like the one statistic I found interesting from one of her citations is it's not just teens having less sex, it's everybody having less sex across the board. Like her generation, my generation, his generation, the Zoomers, we're all having less sex now. Like all of us. It's not just a teen issue, it's an all of us issue. So, yeah. And like guys having trouble with erections as a consequence of porn, I'm not sure, but I could see that being a thing. Like feeling like they have to perform a certain way because porn is typically done a certain way. But I think that would be a separate discussion from this, for sure. Yeah.
You do see at least part of this transformation as being driven by the phone, by the constant electronic tethering, let's say. And part of that tethering is to the parent, and part of that tethering is to...
Funny for Peterson to be talking about the problem with the phone. So every night around, I think it would be, let's see, it's like around 10 o'clock Eastern. So that would be 1 a.m. Eastern. He gets very active on Twitter, like just posts so much. So yeah, he goes on a Twitter tirade 1 a.m. every day for the past couple weeks. So it's a little funny coming from him.
Friends, but it's mediated by electronic communication. It's not direct one-on-one interaction. And maybe that's the case with the boys.
Yes, but the images the girls see online are just as frightening because they're seeing violent porn at very, very young ages. Women being choked within an inch of their life. This is what young girls think sex looks like. With
Whoa, let's have a safe, sane, and consensual argument. Hello, I did not consent to this. All porn is not involved choking. What is she watching? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. What corner of RedTube did she end up on?
With the man, and they're terrified of it. It doesn't look.
Not
anything
everybody's
to look
terrified by it.
forward to. Instead, it looks like something to run away from.
Well, it's never presented with regards to pornography. Sexuality is never represented as part of an intimate relationship, right? It's its own thing, sex. It's not an integrated part of a loving relationship.
Oh boy, here we go.
Which is what it should be under optimal circumstances. You don't see that. That doesn't attract widespread impulsive viewing.
Right, but it's also violent, and that's in some. You're right. There's always been this.
Okay, so many years ago, I took psychobiology of sex, and yes, my textbook for that is in the position of needs further review because it's been a while since I read it. But one of the things that stuck with me from that class is talking about the sexual histories of men and women across time, and like this was a little bit before the Kinsey report, where activity occurring along a spectrum with you being like very, very straight or very, very gay or potentially somewhere in between. But anyways, the professor shared the story that it was common for boys, as part of a rite of passage into manhood, to be taken by their father to a brothel, to the father's favorite brothel, to be taught how to do it for their eventual partner. And yeah, so this idea of like the traditional gender roles and, sex needing to stay within the confines of marriage, it's like one of those, yes, sex needs to stay in the confines of marriage, if you know what I'm talking about. Women need to not be engaging in sexual activities because that's bad, but guys need to know what they're doing, and it's okay if they sleep around a bit, as long as, they don't catch anything or lead too many stray children behind, I guess. So that's yeah.
Porn that exists in Playboy and whatever, divorced from intimate relationships, fine. But what young girls at age 11, younger, are seeing is a violent porn. That's what they know of sex, and they're seeing it.
Where are their parents? If these 10, 11-year-olds are seeing choking porn, like, rough BDSM porn, where are their parents? Where are their parents? Something has failed, and it's not the gender roles, it's not society, it's not, like, if there is an 11-year-old watching this stuff, where the fuck are their parents? And and this is also baked into the idea that, okay, so they're afraid of sex because of the porn they're seeing, and then they're not having sex because teens today, but if they were having sex, that would be good, but they're afraid to because of the porn. But they can't have sex until marriage because of what Peterson's saying with traditional role of sex in a relationship, which is like Rule 11 this time around. And it's moving on.
It's terrifying.
Okay, so let me ask you about that. I mean, how confident are you in that proposition? I mean,
okay. So my understanding from doing the research for her first chapter is kids are having less pregnancies than in like my generation or her generation because of safe-sex education. So at least prior to 2006, I think. And this dip is after 2010. So it's ascribed to having more access to safe sex practices on the internet. So kids are using condoms, birth control, they're engaging in safe sex practices instead of having less sex. But, I mean, then there was that dip that everybody took post-2010, so.
We're trying to determine why it is that there's a generation of young women who are much less likely to engage in dating, intimate relationships of the classic teenage style. And it's not like anybody knows the answer to this because it's such a new phenomenon. And so are these tentative hypotheses that you're putting forward, or do you have some how solid are you in your belief that these are that you've correctly identified the factors that are driving this?
Well, the core, thing I look at in the book is, what's going on with, why is there this epidemic, the sudden explosion, and what are the risks and benefits, and why, are these girls thriving? Are they doing well? And should we be concerned, and why? Okay. Now, the part of this observation was to look at the culture and what was going on in the culture and observe the fact that young women are having sex and intimate relationships at much lower rates. That is not my research. That was done, by there are a number of people who've been doing this. Kate Julian had a wonderful article in The Atlantic in which she interviewed many psychologists about this, but it's been something that many psychologists have observed and studied,
and very unexpected development.
Right.
It's not exactly. It's not what you'd predict at all. When all the social constraints, or many of the social constraints, have been removed from every possible form of sexual behavior.
We're gonna let me take a 3-minute break because I can't think. I need to bio so bad. So I'm gonna leave you with a Max video, and I will be right back. Just gonna pop into the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'm so not a professional streamer. I don't have the bladder for it. So here's some Max. Oh yeah, look at that timing. Right at the end. There we go. Have a good night, PMCG. Yeah, this is gonna be a long haul. Okay. Yeah, when I start switching my seating position like that on a very quick basis, I'm struggling. Okay, here we go. What were they talking about? Porn bad. We'll go back a smidge. Ooh, good pause game. Play.
Very
Now-
unexpected development.
Right.
It's not exactly,
So,
it's not what you'd predict at all. When all the social constraints, or many of the social constraints, have been removed from every possible form of sexual behavior, the consequence of that has been a precipitous decline in sexual behavior among adolescents. And I guess we didn't talk.
Oh, but the constraints haven't been removed. Like, purity balls are still a thing. Purity rings are still a thing. Like, there's still these social, don't have sex before marriage. Like, my Discord server recently experienced somebody trying to very strongly argue that, well, I say strongly, passionately argue that sex before marriage would be bad. We'll just say it would be bad, and I'm filling up some water. I'm not peeing. So certainly the social constraints on sexual behaviors have not been turned loose. Like, there's still plenty in place. And yes, consent is more of a thing now. Like, we are starting to address, like, the non-consensual culture that can exist in places. Yeah, passionately but poorly. Good description. Everybody's consent being more important. The understanding that anybody can be non-consensually involved in things. I'm not sure where the Twitch things fall in, so we're using vague language. I'm sorry. And yeah, the restraints being less enforcement of the cis het comp lifestyle. So yeah, it's not quite where he's saying it is.
At all about what the role of the boys might be in this. Like, are girls not dating, let's say, and engaging in intimate relationships when they're teenagers because of something that's changed with them, or have the boys stopped asking?
Oh no.
that's a good question about whether. So what I was trying to say is I didn't look into specifically or investigate why there's this, sudden drop in sexual activity
Of
or
course not.
even intimate relationship activity among teenagers. So there are things I can surmise from looking at the culture and writing about the culture as I do, but do I have studies on this? No, I don't know. I don't have, a real answer that I've come across yet.
Thank you, Shrier.
Well, the pornography question's an open one, right? Because
Right.
That's a form of easily accessible gratification with endless
Like,
novels.
I was honestly expecting this to turn into the skateboarding kids thing of teenage girls going for the high earners or high status boys and leaving the low status boys, whatever, especially with like the whole game metaphor that he did where like boys need to be good at boy games and girls can play boy games and girls need to be good at girl games but boys can't play girl games, that thing. I'm surprised we're not going there, but and everybody in chat, Alex has a car and a bank account and backpacks. Hi, Lena. What else were you saying? Okay.
Novelty that's never been, it's possible for a young man to see more beautiful nude women in one afternoon than any human being that ever lived before 1950 would have seen in his entire life.
Right, and of such variety. I mean, that's
right.
the thing,
Well, novelty is a huge driver of sexual arousal and pleasure, and so I also think that's part of the reason why I don't just think it. There's evidence for this, but it's one of the drivers for the proliferation of multiple forms of pornography. Is that novelty is a driver of sexual arousal, and so there's an arms race online.
Anybody know what he means by multiple forms of pornography? Or is he talking about genres of porn? Or like, because there's print still kind of, online, a little bit of VR. What is he talking about? I don't... Vaporwave edits of his lectures. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Reading porn. Yep. The lit porn. True. Okay. Genres. Okay. 'Cause like yeah, there's a bunch of websites. Although he did retweet a thing about somebody saying that like RedTube, YouPorn, all of those are owned by the same parent company, and this being a secret or something. So yeah, he's probably talking about the different channels and genres and everything. Okay, continuing.
That consists of a combination of sexual imagery and novelty, and that would drive the production of violent videos, for example, or anything that's different, right, is going to add an edge, a novelty
Right.
edge, especially to a hardened pornography user.
Hardened.
Hardened is probably the wrong word there, by the way.
Thank you, Peterson. Thank you so
And
much.
the problem with this, of course, is not that there's so much pornography, I mean, online, but of course that we're also seeing men be less inclined to engage in intimate relationships, less able to even perform. I mean, these, you know, because of it. I mean, it's the rewiring of young people so that they're so incompatible for each other. That's the real sort of disturbing part. If these young people, and this applies to this young, you know, group of women who suddenly decide they're transgender, if they were forming families and living good lives, that's a success story. But that's not the story. That's not the story that I found in my book.
Right, unless you define...
There it is. Compet. Total achievement unlocked. Worthwhile life. Anything short of that is a failure. Fits in with the Zucker, like, kids growing up as transgender being a failure. Sometimes when you're talking about porn, you gotta talk about the hard facets of it. It just happens. You gotta roll with it. Suck it up and keep soldiering on. Try not to get tongue-tied. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Success as being allowed to pursue whatever fragmentary identity occupies their consciousness at any given time. And you can define it that way, right? I mean, you're using, and I would use as well, I would say, more conservative criteria for what constitutes a good life. You know, as a clinician, I live...
Oh, God. That pained him. That pained him because he knows. He knows we're going to be here like, he said he's conservative. He's using the conservative thing. But he had to, because that's what it is. It is the conservative family structure. And he knows it. He knows it. There it is.
As a clinician, it struck me that you can assess someone's mental health with some degree of accuracy by looking at the success of their embeddedness within their social community.
And this is absolutely chapter 1.
Outline markers of a good life, like gainful and meaningful employment and education to the extent of your intelligence and the ability to form an intimate long-term relationship. And
expect a discussion of that in next week's video.
All these things that seem to make up the bedrock of life, but again, to some degree, that's a matter of definition, right? You could object to all of that and say, well, no, that's a very 1950s or 1970s way of looking at the world, and
it is.
That's long gone, and now what we're trying to do is facilitate the broadest possible range of choices among people, so that we have a world that's much more diverse in its expression of identity.
Yeah,
it's a very difficult argument to contend with. I think it's deeply wrong. I think it's too confusing for people, but
it's too confusing.
I mean, except that a lot of these young women, their mental health after the trans identification deteriorated. So they're not able to function. Look, I have interviewed many transgender adults.
Okay, so either she's talking about the families that she interviewed where the parents say the child's mental health deteriorated in the face of being dead named, misgendered, not supported, or she's possibly talking about some of the Sweden stuff where transition didn't lessen people's like some of their negative emotional states, but it's hard to say for sure what she's saying. And you can always say fuck all of this. You're certainly welcome to.
Flourishing. They're leading good lives. They're gainfully employed. They are happy. They're socially connected. That is not a problem story. The reason that these young girls are the subject of my book is because they're not flourishing. They're not doing well. They're not connected to friends and family. They're not staying in school.
And why aren't they, Shrier? Why aren't they? It's not because, they're not being supported at home, which always, well, not always, but can lead to more negative life situations and more stress at school and less performance at school and cause those other problems and cause them to cut off their parents. It couldn't be that. No. Never. Oh, yeah. You got to be a meaningful member. They're productive little worker bee.
I don't know the literature on this, and I guess it's partly because it's so soon after the phenomenon emerged itself. Do you know the literature on
Good question.
the relationship between mental health and movement through the transitioning process? It's tricky, because you point out in your book that if you're an anxious teenage girl, or maybe even an anxious teenage guy, and you're given testosterone, at least in the short term, that can do wonders for your anxiety. And so whether or not mental health improves might depend very much on when you measure it. So if you're anxious and your identity is chaotic and you take testosterone, the immediate consequence of that is that you're going to be much less anxious, at least. And why wouldn't you think immediately that that's evidence that there was something astray with your identity that this magic hormone fixed? Time frame is a killer problem when you're trying to assess mental health.
They do act like testosterone is part of the drug.
Or what data are you looking at when you generate the proposition that going down the medical transition road isn't producing the positive outcome that it's hypothetically designed to produce?
Well, first of all, I only say that it's not producing that outcome for these teenage girls who I believe are misdiagnosing. Okay, so I don't make a claim about transgender adults who went through therapy, arrived at this decision as mature adults, and are living, a life as a transgender person. I never make a claim that that wasn't a good or the right move for them.
Right. Well, I don't, and I don't know. I don't think that there is.
She has trans friends.
Literature on the long-term outcome of gender transition surgery, even in those cases, because and the phenomena we're discussing is much newer than that. So the data aren't in. It's very difficult for the data to be in yet. So I'm wondering, again, why you concluded that it's not working.
Well, there are a number of reasons. First of all, obviously I used Lisa Littman's study, which was the jumping off point for my book. Brown University public health researcher who looked into this. You're also seeing clinicians report the same across the Western world, that they're seeing a sudden spike of gender dysphoria that seems to be peer motivated, or claimed gender dysphoria that seems to be peer motivated. And
so, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she's conflating gender dysphoria with kids entering treatment into gender clinics, where that number's increased, but I don't know if the gender dysphoria itself, the rates have increased. But certainly, like the Tavistock and the Amsterdam papers were talking about people just entering treatment. So, yeah, and misdiagnose here does mean, in her opinion, that these people don't have gender dysphoria, even though some of these people may not have gender dysphoria. They just identify as trans and or non-binary and don't have gender dysphoria, and that's fine. That their identity is valid. And I saw something in chat when I came back that she does have a tendency to conflate gender identity and expression with orientation. And as discussed in a previous Shrier video, or Shrier, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever really heard her say her last name. They're separate things. You can be cis, straight, gay, whatever, trans, straight, gay, whatever. Like they're separate. They're separate. They're separate things. And
Media motivated, okay? It's not an organic problem, and it doesn't look like traditional gender dysphoria.
according to you.
You're also seeing numbers of detransitioners explode on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube week to week, the number of detransitioners, and you're right about the timeline, by the way. Of course, that's always going to be relevant. So testosterone does deliver a high, as you said, and
Okay,
it
I
does
think she's
suppress
pivoting.
anxiety.
Like, as pointed out to me by my physicist, that's how numbers work. Like, as time goes on, more people will experience X. Like, just that's how it works. And certainly some people may stop experiencing X, but as time goes on and more people transition, there will be more people detransitioning. Like, it's just how the numbers work. Yeah. I think she name drops some of them. And yes, YouTube is life, don't you know?
Some women who self-medicated with it feel
Self-medicate.
great after they've started a course of testosterone. But very often, if you listen to these transitioner accounts, I've listened to many of them, they will report that then after that, spike, their anxiety and depression came right back. And
Right.
there's a woman I recently listened to called Waffling Willow, she goes by
There's
on
one.
YouTube, who did a 12-part series on my book. I never met her. I didn't know about her until she did this, but she's a detransitioner who did a 12-part session on my book, in which she said, yes, this was totally her experience as a teenager. She transitioned very quickly. And at first she felt great on the testosterone. And then she realized that,
Yeah,
and then she had
it's not clear if she's
basically
actually
a
spoken to
crash in
many
which
people who are
all
happy
of
with
the
transition.
other mental health issues that she had returned.
Yeah, well, that
I have a theory. So I think I'm operating in a weird space for both Peterson and Shrier, where they may or may not be aware of my content. And I'm not shitposty enough to be defamatory and unleash their army upon, and not on their side enough to boost. So I'm just sort of going to operate in the vacuum here where they don't acknowledge me, which is fine. The lobsters that I've gotten so far have been plenty. I don't need the full swarm on me all at once. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were aware of me. As I mentioned in one of them, I emailed Shrier, like from my business account. I emailed Shrier like, hey, you have these things on file. Could I get those from you? Because she has a lot of stuff like in her references on file with author, and it's like, hey, author, can you share those with me? And to this day, I haven't gotten a response. So, yeah. Yeah, Shrier does seem to be up on her Googling.
Well, that's a good example of the difficulty in doing longitudinal mental health outcome studies, especially in an uncontrolled environment. Clinical studies are notoriously difficult to conduct, and the time frame problem bedevils them. And this is a particularly nasty situation, given that testosterone produces that initial high. So you can cherry pick your data to some degree. If you look early in the transition process, you might well see an improvement, and then you can argue about what's contributing to that, whether it's just the pharmacological effect of the testosterone, or if it is actually proof that the gender identity confusion in question was real.
There's also, of course, the Tavistock report out of the gender clinic,
Here we
the
go.
largest gender clinic in the United Kingdom, which showed that there was no mental health improvement, no improvement in suicidal ideation for young women who have been started on, puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones. So, we aren't seeing the improvement that was supposedly, claimed as the rationale for starting young people on these treatments.
So
Yeah, I wonder-
something maybe one of you would have, but I don't think it's very clear in the book where this was promised as something that's going to change your life and fix your life. Like, I think that came from the influencers chapter, where she was sort of pulling things to say that this was a claim by the trans community or the influencers on YouTube, but it's not. It's not. Like, certainly, it's part of the process of getting to be more okay with yourself. And for some people, it does reduce anxiety and depression symptoms. But, you know, some people have depression, anxiety, shit life syndrome. Like, it's a separate issue from not being able to live their gender identity truth or express it. And so, of course, for people with that, you know, bad life situations or psychological disorders, this isn't going to fix it right away. You need to address those separately. And this isn't the smoking gun that I think they treat it like.
I'm going to go back to something that we talked about earlier when we were trying to pin down what the motivation for this ideology might be. Like, the notion that your identity is yours alone to determine strikes me as it's profoundly narcissistic. It seems to me to be predicated on the idea that you have the right to be master of your own domain, master of your own your outcome, regardless of people around you. You're the only person that has to be taken into account. So that would go along with the express claim that you're the only person that can determine what your identity is. It
He
seems
sounds
to me
like
to
such
be
a collectivist here. Oh, yeah, narcissist. Ooh. Yeah, it does seem like Peterson is. It's not very individualistic right now, and he's expanding the net of social responsibility or personal responsibility to be a social one, I guess. And yeah, you'll see in the first proper Beyond Order video. It is the job of the society to keep people in line. So if we think he's being an asshole, it's up to us to let him know. Yeah, and it's certainly, as Squidman is saying, you know, there's a balance, right? It's not just one or the other. It's a person needs to be able to find the balance of the life that they want to live, how they want to live it, weighed against, you know, the people that they're responsible for or in connection to, and the balance in what they want to do and what, you know, life is. And I guess that's sort of praxis, but just, yeah, to say that a trans person is being selfish or not thinking about others because they're doing it, it's
infantile and narcissistic wish that might be the case. You know, that you could decide who you were and that the world would be forced to bend around your will. And I can understand that, again, as I said, because everybody fights a battle against society molding them and destroying their individuality while they're socialized. There's something there that's valid to rebel against. But generally speaking, as you mature, you start to understand that you have to negotiate your way through the world with other people, and that the benefits of being acceptable to other people outweigh the costs
not
to
accepted.
Your own narcissistic self-determination. And it's the desire to not have to contend with that compromise that drives, I believe, the insistence that you are the only person that can determine your identity.
That's right. I think that the activists in this movement.
Hey, Peterson, you've got like a whole bunch of people saying that, you know, you need to stop. You need to stop. Please stop. Will you stop? Because everybody else is telling you to stop. And certainly there's other people telling you to keep going, but could we have a vote? Would you stop if enough of us voted for you to stop? You know, your identity is harming people. Could you just stop? Some part of society is telling you to stop. Please stop. Same with Shrier. Yep. It's hard to say if Peterson knows what empathy is. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot, Coco. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, can we change his gender? He's a lobster gender. It's been decided. He's a lobster. That's his identity from now on. I'm trying to catch up with chat. Yeah, and again, it's something that came up so many times is me trying to distill a useful message from Peterson's 12 Rules book is boundaries. Being able to clearly and effectively communicate your boundaries to other people and have them respected and honored and knowing what to do when that doesn't happen. And certainly, I would think that, and this did come up in the 12 Rules discussion, that, you know, if a trans person says, I'm trans, these are my pronouns, this is my name, they are setting a boundary for how you interact with them. And if you choose to overstep those boundaries, they are well within their rights to decide to not have you in their life. And just this idea that we cannot come up with our identity. It has to be socially negotiated. Just like something I was not expecting to come out of this video. Just wow. Wow. Honestly, this is part of why I'm doing this in this format, so I wouldn't have to sit down through this video and analyze it piece by piece, find references to like back up or dispute or like indicate the veracity of the different things. I just wanted to sit here and rant, which is where we're at. So mission accomplished, because there is just so much. There's so much here. Oh God.
Have a lot more in common with, say, the Black Lives Matter movement and others such, so-called woke movements than they do with adult transgender people. When I talk to interview, gender adults, they don't insist that they were always girls or always boys. They don't ask you to suspend reality. They say, look, I had gender dysphoria from the time I was a child. I struggled with it for many years as an adult. I went through therapy and I realized this was the way to, calm
so what's the difference between struggling with it since a child and using the born in the wrong body terminology? Like, it seems like it's the same thing, just at a different level of explanation. And yeah, we are hitting the reactionary points. And yeah, Riley Grace Rochong, definitely check out for more thorough discussion of this. Because, oh good God. Oh good God. Yeah, you're seeing the face I make at the books a bit. Periodically.
Gender dysphoria, and this is how I'm most comfortable presenting. That's not imposing anything on the world, really. But the group of insistent activists...
How is that different than a trans youth saying they're trans? How is that different, other than we're trying to get more acceptance and normalization of treating trans people with respect, as opposed to like them having to bend over backwards to fit in or to live a secret or a lie. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Did this podcast have a live stream chat to go with it? I think it was just released and not premiered. So I don't think it has a chat, but I could check. But I downloaded it in case it disappeared off the internet. So we're watching my copy. Yeah, and she probably doesn't realize when people are trying to be gentle with her, especially if she's coming at them like, oh, I just want to hear your experiences, or, kids identified that they really enjoyed your videos and they helped them a lot, instead of like, I'm writing a book about why you're wrong.
Themselves, but insist that we suspend reality, that medical professionals agree with them. Yes, you were always a girl or you were always a boy. This kind of stuff. This is an aggressive ideological movement that really has nothing to do with gender dysphoria per se.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to put my finger on while I was reading your book as well, what it is that's the driving factor. And, you know,
Trans lives matter.
There's broad philosophical streams like those that emerge from the writings of Rousseau that claim that human beings as individuals are essentially good and pristine in their fundamental nature, and that it's culture that corrupts them. You know, and it's a very one-sided view. You can take the Hobbesian perspective, which is exactly the opposite, and say that, well, people are self-interested, narcissistic, and malevolent, and it's only society that makes them good. And I would say a balanced viewpoint
And where's the Nietzsche?
emerges if you integrate both of those views, even though they're paradoxical to some degree. You pay for your socialization and you benefit, and you sacrifice something of value, but you also gain, and that's what you decide if you're mature. If you stay locked in the notion that social pressure in and of itself is the perverting force that destroys your soul and your psyche, then you're going to be motivated to push as hard as you can to justify your claims that your identity is something that you yourself determine and that no one has any right to interfere with that whatsoever. And maybe if you have to sacrifice people in order to justify that claim, that's okay, because the claim is important enough to you so that...
Wait, did I hear him wrong? Did he say you have to sacrifice people? I'm sorry. This is long and I keep rewinding. Got distracted by chat. You guys are distracting.
Hard as you can to justify your claims that your identity is something that you yourself determine and that no one has any right to interfere with that whatsoever. And maybe if you have to sacrifice people in order to justify that claim, that's okay, because the claim is important enough to you so that those sacrifices are warranted.
So,
no.
Yeah, I put the comma in the wrong place with the sacrifice people. I would contend that it's not that transgender and or non-binary people are living lives free of sacrifice. Like, certainly they are having to sacrifice potentially a lot in order to live their identity. Like, certainly some of you guys in chat probably have more experience with this than you would like. But, like, it's not that a trans identity means you're free from sacrifice. Like, you are giving up some degree of safety and acceptance by others, potentially. If your family's not accepting, you're giving them up too. And any friends who aren't on board, like, there is a lot of sacrifice there for that identity, but it is the fundamental truth of that person's identity. And no, other people don't have a right to intercede on that because of their feelings or what they want them to do with their life. Like, oh my God, I'm sure I'm preaching to most of the choir here, but Peterson.
I got a sense of horror in some sense from reading your book, especially when you started to describe the surgery. And so maybe we could walk through that a little bit. Let's say that you do decide to walk down the gender transition road as an adolescent female. You can look forward to a high that's generated by testosterone, and maybe that's something short-term and positive. But what else can you look forward to?
Oh, no.
Well, I suppose the next, what can you look forward to?
I'm being...
Get the high, facetious, gotcha.
Yes.
So the testosterone delivers that, but it also comes with risks. I don't know if you want me to talk about those. But...
Yes, and also the experience. You talk about voice deepening and hair development, and all of just walk through it. Walk through what happens to a person if they go down this road.
In the first few months on testosterone, at 10 to 40 times what a young woman's body would normally experience, her voice will change and masculinize. That does not seem to go away. Her facial features will change. They will round. Her shoulders will broaden, and it will redistribute fat. So if she's concerned about her fat, all of a sudden, in the places women develop fat, belly and thighs, all of a sudden, wow, she's lost weight, and she can develop more muscle.
This is such a fucking shallow thing, and it pisses me off every time I hear it. Ugh, of course, all these girls who would otherwise develop an eating disorder are going on testosterone just so that their body fat isn't going in the places it would go in a woman. Never mind, it will go in the places it would for a man. it's just the body fat's going to body fat. It just, guys carry it differently, and that is what somebody who is AFAB but trans would want. But we're just going to skip down that. We're just going to ignore that. We're going to just nope.
The problem is that a lot of these changes are permanent. The masculinization of the facial features and whatnot, and also that comes with very big risk of cardiac arrest and cardiac risk.
As somebody pointed out in the comment section of the video where we talked about this, that's the risk of testosterone that just guys get to deal with because they have higher levels of testosterone. And yeah, exactly, Alex, like that's the point of taking testosterone. And yeah, puberty's permanent. And if you are trans and experiencing gender dysphoria, or even if you're not experiencing gender dysphoria and just don't want to grow up into a more feminine looking body, like, let's take the steps to make sure that doesn't happen for you. Like, oh God. And yes, maybe some people will go through this process and then detransition at some point later in their life. That rate does seem to be lower than with a lot of other medical treatments and conditions. And I think in the grand calculus of costs and benefits, like the sort of consensus right now is we need to do affirming care and informed consent. And, you know, people have control over their bodies and autonomy over their bodies. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's a combination of me having like some bone structure in my face and also going and discussing Shrier's work. I've been called trans many times, or accused of being trans, or questioned if I was trans, although that does also come with being sort of a leftist on YouTube. I think a lot of people, some people try to use that as like a way to shut you down, even though it's like, what? It's saying more about the person making that comment than me, I think. But yeah, it's oof. Just all of this is just oof. And yep, Coptel, it does seem that she sort of assumes that at least the youth population she's talking about are deep down in their heart of heart cis and are just confused. So from that standpoint, her talking about these side effects of testosterone and transition as a bad thing does make internal sense, even though it is not great. Yeah. And I mean, getting into testosterone as an at-will substance is an interesting one, especially when you get into like the bodybuilding forums and stuff. So we've been here a while. Let's keep going.
You know, much higher than a woman would normally experience, even more than a man would normally experience, it seems.
And you also discussed the effects on fertility and
he's wanting her to go somewhere.
Right. So vaginal atrophy and uterine atrophy occur. It can be quite painful, and so in some cases, making intercourse impossible if there's enough atrophy. It's quite painful, and because of the increased risk of endometrial cancer, doctors typically recommend at 5 years on testosterone a prophylactic hysterectomy. So even assuming that the testosterone doesn't impact her fertility, which it may, the hysterectomy certainly will make that impossible. So, you know, those are some of the risks of testosterone. But
so I think, you know, it is worthwhile talking about future plans for people, like early in the transition process, if they do want to have biological offspring at some point. That is something to plan for and to be aware of. But doing this sort of fear-mongering about it, just, like, I think the majority of trans people know what they're getting in for when they start to transition. And certainly, if their doctor is doing their job, they're being told what the risks and benefits and everything are, and what their future treatment and ongoing things that they'll need to look out for are. So, yeah, just meh.
All of course, is that we have no idea all the long-term effects of what testosterone at 10 to 40 times what her body would normally happen will do to her.
Right,
So,
and that's a long-term course of treatment.
right, because she can't go off it. Because if she goes off it at any point, she will go back. Some of her changes will revert. She'll go back to an in-between male and female look. So
Oh, no.
once you start, you become a permanent medical patient, and we just don't know. You know, we don't have enough evidence of what will happen. You know,
Everybody's
to
a
these patients.
permanent medical patient on some level. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, my husband doesn't have to see the doctor much, but he's got like occasional gastric reflux stuff, and I've got a chronic pain condition. Like, we all have to see doctors for something. Some of us are more high maintenance than others. Yeah, and certainly talking about the fertility of women as their worth is always a good look. I think I'm caught up on chat. Okay.
Population, all the problems they will incur in the long term. Then, of course, there's double mastectomy, which is the only cosmetic surgery or considered cosmetic surgery I'm aware of that you show up without a mental health professional's note. Even as a minor, you can have your breast removed. It destroys biological function. Obviously, it destroys all capacity for...
My impression was it's not just like double mastectomy for me, please, and thank you, and it's done. Like, it seemed like there's, from people's stories, that like a lot more hoops to jump through than this. Like, I think even people having it done electively as like a prevention for breast cancer, like if they've got the genetic BRC2, whatever it is, like there's still like a lot of, yes, I want this done. I understand. I want this done. Like, you have to go through several hoops to get it done. And no, she does not scaremonger about birth control. That is a very good point. And certainly, like, with hormonal birth control, there's risks. You know, you might get blood clots, you might have a higher risk of stroke. Like, there are certainly risks associated with hormonal birth control, but apparently that's hunky-dory. And to share a little bit, like, I can't do hormonal birth control because my body does not react well to it. So, yeah, it's just, our bodies are weird little things, and we need to know our bodies best. And I know my body's history the best. I've had to argue with doctors that, you know, I want the copper IUD because I can't have other. Do not. Like, I made, this is TMI, but I made my husband come with me when I got my IUD switched out because I just did not trust that they would put in the right type. And the hormones used in birth control just fuck me up. And so, like, I had to have him there, like, just seeing how it goes to make sure that it was a copper one that was put in, because we're in a little podunk town and I did not trust the doctor. So,
breastfeeding as well as erotic function very often, and yet, you know, it's
And you
treated...
outline some of the potential side effects of that as well. The I believe monthly engorgement of breast tissue and leaks and that sort of thing as a consequence of only partial removal of the breast tissue. I got that right?
Right, and whether the testosterone is enough. I mean, you know, if you go off testosterone, your breasts may refill with milk even after they've been removed. You may have some drainage problems. I mean, drainage is another side effect that often happens. Very often women are unhappy with the look. They want a second surgery to repair the look of it.
And why are they unhappy with the look?
Because they're chasing an asymptote. They're running after a horizon. The final look of being a man, which is always a little bit out of reach. I mean, some of the
just because Shrier doesn't think that they look like men doesn't mean they're not. Like, this is something that I really toned down in my video, was just how pervasive, you know, these these very soft looking YouTubers, and they're never going to actually be men, or they'll never pass as men, even though there's plenty of YouTubers trans on let's see, trans man, trans women, or non-binary. Well, non-binary, there's plenty of trans YouTubers who I would have no idea until they said that they were trans. Plenty, but she thinks she can clock them. Okay. And also, touch-up surgeries for how things, it's part of the cosmetic surgery process. I mean, calling it cosmetic because it's anyways, where you do the first pass, you're happy with results, you're not, and then you get a touch-up, and that's just part of it. Yeah.
People I interviewed for the book are forensic anthropologists, because I wanted to know about skeletons. What, are there skeletal differences between men and women? And it turns out there are. Even the sloping of the forehead won't be quite right. They'll be smaller. They'll have smaller hands. They'll have differently shaped pelvises. No matter what other surgeries they get, they're actually, their femurs will attach differently for a woman than they do for a man.
Right. And
oh yeah, Nikki tutorials, completely perfect example. No idea. I knew she was tall, so having larger features and hands and whatever just went with the territory. But yeah, some dudes are small, some dudes are big, some chicks are small, some chicks are big. There's variety, but the bone structure and the bone slope and the blah blah blah. I know I don't have a terribly pronounced brow bone, but I think part of why I get are you one of them transgenders is because I have the cheekbones and the jaw I do. Yep, get the calipers. We're doing it.
In gait, and there's a difference in angle of the forearm connection to the upper arm as well.
You can change your walk.
Hip to waist ratio. All these subtle differences between men and women. It's hard enough for a man to be an ideal man, much less a woman to be transformed into an ideal man. And if you're an individual,
oh my god! It's hard for a man. It's hard enough for a man to be an ideal man than for a woman to. Peterson. I was so expecting Shrier to just have is it because I'm desensitized to Shrier and used to her saying the stuff that Peterson's saying is seeming so no. Oh no. Oh god. Oh, okay. I need a second apparently, because just damn, I was not expecting this. Hand to claw surgery. I guess we're in soy boy territory. Yep.
some questions about the acceptability of your physical appearance, then you can imagine that it's quite likely that that's going to be maintained as you make the transition to another gender.
Right, and then there's something else I asked one of the doctors about, because I started looking at many pictures of the young women who had received a double mastectomy, and I noticed something. I said, wait a second, look at their hips. They have women's hips, which become even more obvious once they've had their breasts removed. So, the doctor said to me, that's right, there's another surgery they can get if they're concerned that their hips are protruding too much. So you see that this is not an easy fix, and yet it's being told.
Who was asking? Who thought it was an easy fix, Shrier? And there's a lot that can be done with clothes and padding and whatever, and just surgeries even. Or they're fine having hips, and maybe further time on testosterone will change the way things distribute, as she said.
Out, quite casually.
It's casual. It's casual.
By casually, you mean that there's no screening in place essentially to stop women from beginning this transformation process.
Jesus Christ,
And-
Peterson, ease up. There's no to stop women. You gotta stop those women's. We'd be crazy. We'd just be transitioning left and right. We'll get transed. We'll get transed without the big strong lobster daddies to stop us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, there, yo. Patriarchy is good and well, I see.
That also, you point out that so many medical health insurance schemes, like those provided by universities, now cover the testosterone, certainly, but also the medical procedures themselves to reduce their cost to a point where they're much more accessible than they would be otherwise.
Oh no.
That's right. I talked to a woman a week or two ago whose daughter suddenly decided she was trans at university. She was at a very top American university, and at university she not only started a course of testosterone, but she was able to get her breasts removed.
Yes, well, that would be rather shocking news for any parent to contend with. So
Think of
let
the
me
parents.
shift gears for a
Think
minute,
of the
if you wouldn't
parents.
mind. What has been the personal consequence for you of writing this book?
Oh
I
boy.
mean, I can't imagine hitting a more active hornet's nest. So,
Can't you, Peterson?
is it okay that you wrote it? Do you regret writing it? And what's happened?
Is it okay that you wrote
personally
it?
to you because you've written it?
You know, it's been something of a journey. You know, when I started this project, it was so, you know, once I started, I was just in a sort of a constant state of shock and revelation, and I couldn't really believe this was happening. And struck me, the more I investigated it, it struck me as such obvious madness that there would be no, you know, oversight and no, you know, guardians or gatekeepers in place. That I just kept thinking at the
She
end of this.
clearly has not spoken to enough trans people. Because, like, my understanding, because again, you know, I haven't had to experience this myself, is that there was too much gatekeeping of services, and you had to fit, like, this one perfect definition of gender dysphoria in order to get any form of treatment. And so you get, like, black market hormones and surgeries and everything else for people. Instead, we could be doing harm prevention and easing up the gates to let people have the treatment that they need and affirmative care. But oh no, that's bad. No gatekeepers, not enough gatekeeping. Oh.
Everyone's going to be shocked, and you know, this will become a safer procedure, or you know, everyone will have to agree. I didn't write the book for religious people. I didn't write the book for conservatives. I just wrote
Really?
it for common sense people
Common
who were
sense.
interested in the number of teenage girls suddenly coming out as transgender. And I can't even tell you how many parents have called me since the book came out, while the book was coming out, telling me that 20, 30, 40% of their...
And I can't tell you how many people I've had chat me, comment on my videos, everything else about this being a very good description of what they went through in their home life with their parents, or they're afraid of their parent finding this book, or like, yeah, we can all do the number game, Shrier. Like, people have stories. And
very high. 15, 20, 30% of their daughter's 7th grade class suddenly decided they were transgender. Sometimes at girls' schools. The boys weren't even relevant. It was at a girls' school, or at least they weren't around. So on the one hand, and then of course in England, the High Court came out, and it came out with a decision that effectively verified everything I had to say in the book. They said
Right, that was the case of the detransitioning girl. I mean, I thought 5 years ago, or more, I thought this will all come to an end when these adolescents hit adulthood and start to bring the lawyers into play for everything that was done for them, let's say, when they were teenagers. And that high court case, do you want to just outline that briefly for people?
Sure.
so
A young woman named-
a note from the website or the YouTube for this. This was recorded at the end of January. So before we before I let her talk about Tavistock, because I'm sure she'll have her take on it. My understanding of the current thing is it got overturned, so life isn't completely bleak. So yeah, like it's still sort of difficult in the UK for adolescents to get gender affirming care, but it is somewhat eased from the Tavistock decision, in that you need parental consent to continue with treatment or to get treatment. You don't need the court to get treatment. But I'll let her talk.
Kira Bell brought a case against she brought a claim against the Tavistock Gender Clinic in England, in which she said, I was started on these treatments, hormone treatments. I was sure I was transgender. I had never had a childhood history of gender dysphoria, but as a teenager, I was very uncomfortable in my body. And I decided I was transgender. And at 16, I was started on a course of puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones. She eventually went on to have her breasts removed. And she realized as a young woman in her 20s, that she had gone down the wrong path, that none of this had made her any happier, and that she wasn't supposed to be transgender. She was a lesbian, and that was all. And she was very upset that nobody had stopped her. Nobody had exercised any judgment. It had been a celebration only zone from the moment
And she is talking to the person who is supposed to be part of his branding about personal responsibility. Yes. If there was a failure in this person's treatment where informed consent was not obtained, or, the risks weren't spelled out clear enough for them, like, it seems like there would be a stronger case there. But if they consented to everything and then they changed their mind, sorry. I hate that so much of the medical bureaucratic system, at least in the US, exists as a consequence of lawsuits. And like, my mother-in-law was an OR nurse, and part of why, like, there are many reasons why she retired early. Part of it was having to carry malpractice insurance by herself. Like, the doctors where she worked, it was part of their work package, benefits package, but nurses had to carry it for themselves because there was a threat of getting sued by somebody if the surgery didn't turn out the way they wanted, or if they experienced negative side effects. But OR, they were seeing a lot of trauma cases come in. But anyways, so it just, nothing like putting the fear of lawsuits into doctors to get them to fall in line with not treating people.
Medical professionals and therapists from the moment she decided she was transgender, and the court looked at this population of teenage girls and was horrified. And if you read the decision, as I have, and written about it, it just came out in December.
Right. This is new.
They said
hovering on pause.
It's basically, young people under 16 should not be allowed to be giving informed consent. They can't give meaningful consent to doing away with their...
So she's going to ramble on that for a bit, I think. So the video... Oh God, what video is this? I think the therapy video. I have another YouTube video where people in the UK who are like gender experts talk about the Tavistock decision and what happened there. And their opinion of what happened is the judge, like, part of the ruling is the judge made the best decision he could based on the information available to him on that day. And so the information made available to him on that day was mostly from like Transgender Trend and other TERFs, and also Shrier's book. So he had all of this, kids can't consent, they don't understand themselves, negative outcomes, scary, scary, scary. And Tavistock didn't show up. Like, there were some activists there trying to give some evidence on the affirmative care side of things, but it was mostly like the TERF end of things. And so with the information the judge had available to him on that day, went in the side of, 16-year-olds are not capable of consent. This is a negative thing. This is a bad outcome. And so that bigger context sort of explains the legal decision a lot better than just like, oh, this is an absolute truth and this is reflective of what we should be doing as a society. So.
For fertility, they're children. And there's in no sense is this informed consent for a possibility of a sexual life, because in many cases this may lead to sexual dysfunction. They can't foreclose sexual life, a healthy adult sexual life, and fertility as minors.
Well,
and
even
have any idea.
Do I have anybody from the UK in chat right now? Because it seems like part of her argument is teenagers can't make life decisions. My impression of the UK educational system, and I'm just waiting to be corrected, is you sort of pick a path around the age of 16 and start studying for whatever the tests are called, I'm forgetting, to try to get into college or apprenticeship. And, you're making a decision of what you're going to be doing with the rest of your life around that age. In the US, we sort of, depending on where you go to high school, the owls. I was up until 4 a.m, so. In the US, the decision can be made around then. Like, the high school I went to, we sort of specialized. So I went into like the science specialization. Some people could go into humanities or business, but we specialized in high school with the assumption that that would continue on into undergrad. And certainly that bit the school in the ass because they didn't have enough like trade things or skilled labor sort of things for people to do. But anyways, but yeah, we're picking like life paths at that age for jobs. Why can't we pick or do decisions based on our identity at the same time? Oh yeah, GCSE, that sounds more familiar. So yeah, it's in the bigger context again, like this doesn't make sense because people are making those sorts of decisions.
19-year-old women who claim to not want children have
Hi.
children in the upcoming decade.
Fuck off.
I don't know the statistics, but I do know that a very large number of 19-year-old women that I knew when I was 19 had decided that they weren't going to have children. And all of the ones that I knew either eventually had children or were very unhappy that they didn't, by the time they had hit their...
Peterson, if you're watching this, I'm pushing 40. I at 19 didn't want children. I at 7 didn't want children. And now, creeping down the barrel towards 40, still do not want children. Some of us are very consistent in that. Some of us are not. That is okay. We're allowed to change our minds on things. As long as people are making safe, sane, consensual decisions about their reproductive life, what's the problem?
Mid-30s. And so...
That's right. I mean,
we don't know.
Yeah, I totally just want to be a cool aunt, but that's not going to happen.
The question is, under what circumstances we should be allowed to sacrifice them.
Sacrifice?
So
that's right, and that's the problem. It's not that these girls are having these feelings, but that our adults are.
Lena, so it's the mindset that, God, was it in 12 Rules or Beyond Order? I don't remember which book this was. Sorry. There's like 4 achievements, and maybe this was Shrier. It's all just blurring together. To have a good life, you need to meet certain milestones. I think it's Beyond Order. You need to, first, get a meaningful job. Second, get a meaningful relationship. Third, have kids. And then fourth, have like a productive end of your life where you're able to help like grandkids and all of that stuff. Like these are requirements in having a meaningful life. And so if you aren't doing those things, you aren't leading a meaningful life. You're not being a productive member of society. And yeah, so if you didn't see Rule 11 videos from my series, he was terribly offended at the idea of a professor telling people maybe not have more than 1 or 2 kids. Like, you know, you don't need to have above replacement at this point. It's fine. And he was terribly offended by that. And yes, meaningful marriage does assume or meaningful relationship does assume a marriage, because if you don't have that, you're not taking it seriously and you won't fight for it hard enough. So, yeah. Guess where my chat window is based on where I'm looking.
Supplying the irreversible treatments without any medical judgment or differential diagnosis.
Well, you also, this is part of what's horrifying about your book. We didn't talk about some of the other surgical complications, for example, with regards to phalloplasty, which we might want to dive into just briefly.
There we go.
Because I wasn't aware of the mechanics of that particular operation, let's say, and
This should be good.
it's enough to give you pause, I would say. In any case, well, let's do that now. Why don't you
Let's talk about the dicks.
phalloplasty and describe that?
Sure, it begins with the de-sleeving of the forearm. They have to remove the fat and muscle from around the forearm. That's what's used as the shaft of the neophallus.
How much is removed?
Oh gosh, many inches. If you see young women videos, you can go online and see views of women who've had their forearms de-sleeved. It's a long stretch of the forearm in order to get enough skin to form the neophallus.
Enough skin to make a dick, maybe? I mean, like, okay. So just, again, to reiterate something from the videos. There's phalloplasty, which you're constructing a new penis, and I think also we talked about in the stream earlier. Metoidioplasty, where the clitoris enlarged by testosterone is released from the tendons, holding it back up in place, also to serve as a penis. Or not having bottom surgery. That's also a valid option for trans people. Like, not everybody wants to have this done. And she's not wrong that, you know, calling it de-sleeving and stuff, but she is making a choice in how she's discussing this, certainly. Yeah. Hey, Melind. Thank you.
Phallus. Then they have to transfer a peripheral artery and nerves to that area. They have to graft it, obviously. It's extremely difficult work. Future surgeries are needed if you need it to be able to, first of all, just making it able to, have a urine stream without infection is extraordinarily difficult. Often the complications include urine that sprays rather than streams. It's extremely difficult to achieve, and then of course having it harden at all is difficult. It requires a further surgery, and it's very
And what
difficult.
does the surgery entail for that?
And of course, they're only going to talk about phalloplasty because, to Shrier, that is the closest approximation of a AMAB penis. Like, metoidioplasty isn't on her radar as far as I can tell. And as well as the conception that, or the idea that not every trans man will go through this. Like, this isn't a guarantee that, like, when you decide to be trans, that this is the end state, like, that you're going to have to go through these surgeries, like, without any consent or anything. It's yeah, and there are complications and risks, and certainly I think the videos that she likes to scaremonger with, of people talking about the consequences of these surgeries and if they're happy with it, the results, what the complications were like, what the recovery was like, those are useful to have as a consumer, like making a choice if you're going to go through these surgeries or not. Okay.
Yes, that's right. There's some sort of inflatable thing put into what would be like the testicle. I mean, the scrotum, the manufactured scrotum. So that to make it inflatable, but it's very hard to get it hard. It's very difficult to get it hard enough to penetrate for sex. So
and if you do get penetration, what's the pleasure?
Oh God, he's being so clinical here. Yeah, phalloplasty, like, from listening to people, Oh, penis transplant. Cool. Like, where's some guys have to get the little inflaty thing put in their dick. Like, AMAB guys have to get assistance in erection. Like, it's something that happens to some cis guys too. Like, and it's harder to construct a penis than it is to sort of construct a vagina. So, like, it is more of an engineering feat to do than going up and in. But yeah, and also just a lot of these structures, you know, they interchange well in the construction process. Like, certainly some are easier than others, but like, if you have adequate, wish I would have reviewed the Twitch guidelines. I can probably say labia. You know, outer labia, like, you have a pretty easy scrotum right there. Just
are they able to get the same amount of sexual or achieve orgasm? Actually, that it depends on. I don't know how often they're able to achieve any kind of sexual orgasm.
Because you didn't talk to him.
But I do know that if they start out, if their puberty is blocked by early on, and then they go to cross-sex hormones, and then they have these operations, sexual dysfunction and inability to ever achieve orgasm becomes much more likely, because they never finished their all the Tanner stages involved in making a young person be able to eventually achieve orgasm. So there are a lot of problems, but the biggest problem with this surgery, I'm told, I've interviewed a lot of surgeons.
Yeah, and maybe this is why they're focusing on the phalloplasty is, getting it to resemble and function like a natural, I guess, penis is trickier than getting the metoidioplasty results to function as a penis. And like, it's because you're doing like an engineering sort of thing instead of just working with the structures that are already there. And to answer my understanding for like what she's talking about with like stuff being moved, like, I think certainly if you're in controlled medical conditions and everything, like, you can do skin grafts and stuff, but I think like the fat and certainly like the tendon, the tendon will probably just be fucked, but like the fat will regrow, but probably not the same as it had been. Like, you'll probably notice, especially if you're looking at it and it's your arm, you'll notice that it's different, but how noticeable that is to others, I'm not sure.
And I'm told that surgeons who do this very well and are very skilled at this and very highly trained in this can do a pretty impressive phalloplasty. But the problem, of course, is these are big money makers for hospitals. There's a lot of pressure to do this surgery, and I keep hearing from surgeons that the people who are doing these surgeries are very often not qualified. They're not qualified to transfer peripheral nerves. Each of these microsurgeries involves a different, separate fellowship, and they haven't done those because the hospitals are so desperate to make this extra money that they're not putting they're not applying the traditional safeguards that they
citations so needed.
Well, it doesn't take much imagination for someone who's undergone surgery or have witnessed someone who underwent surgery to imagine just exactly how complicated and difficult this is, especially to bring about anything approximating success. So we didn't finish our discussion of the impact on you personally. So you said that you were continually shocked. So it was, I imagine, somewhat demanding psychologically to do the research that was necessary to write the book. But then there's also the consequence of publishing it and the
big surgery
notoriety or unpopularity that might have produced.
Right. So I suppose, I suppose I would fall into disagreeable as my personality, category that I learned from you, in the sense that, I'm not someone who lies really bother me. They just bother me on a moral,
Do they?
intuitional level. So I really sort of wrote this not looking to make friends, but just because, gosh, the truth seemed obvious and it was fairly horrifying. And it didn't affect me personally or my family personally. So if it had, I think I would have had trouble writing it. I don't think I would have been able to. Women who's and mothers and fathers who've watched their daughters go through this are absolutely devastated. And it's not something I would.
Just in case you're curious about the prevalence of the brackets and when I'm doing quotes of hers, this is why. The constant misgendering of the people she's writing about. Constant.
Would have been able to do if this had been a personal issue. But I wrote the book. I thought it was a very fair treatment.
Makes you wonder too when you're doing analysis of the outcomes of surgery.
Oh, we're back to talking about the
take
dicks.
into account the effects of that on the immediate family members, if that's a valid scientific question.
What?
You know what I mean? That, like, you could say, look,
God.
the only person who's ever affected by a surgery is the person upon whom the surgery is performed. And perhaps that's the case, and perhaps that's a reasonable perspective, but we are embedded in familial structures, and if a surgical procedure makes person A temporarily happy or even maybe happy over the long run but devastates 5 other people, it seems to me that it's at least worth asking the question of whether
Oh my god. Oh my god. So somebody's not allowed to get a bottom surgery because their family's gonna be upsetty spaghetti. Oh my god. Like, that is not where I thought he was going with that. That is not where I thought he was going with that. Because I thought he was sort of almost going to go into a weird place of, like, parents want their children to have happy relationships, and if they're not able to please their partner sexually, then that's a bad thing. But they're not allowed to get bottom surgery because their family's going to be upsetty. Hey chat, yeah, roll tide for sure. How many of your parents are, like, intimately involved in your bedroom activities? Because that has not been my experience at all. That penis kept the family together. How could you? You got that from your father. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, we know. Zucker was certainly very involved with the family. Oh.
that should be taken into account.
No.
Especially when you're talking about teenagers.
Right. I don't think it's that it devastates the parents because they can't stand the thought of having a transgender son or daughter. In fact, they were overwhelmingly politically progressive and supported, and they were big advocates
until it was their child.
Long before gay rights was possible. Gay marriage was possible in America, or legal in America. So it wasn't that. It's they were so miserable and so devastated because they thought their daughters were so miserable and regretting this already, or likely to regret it because they saw the lives their daughters were leading. So I think while I was writing the book,
this is the closest she comes to acknowledging that they thought their child was miserable. Not whether or not their child actually was miserable, but they thought the child was miserable. Oh, we're almost there.
Just thought this is so obviously true. Everything in the book is true. Nobody has pointed to a single factual error, and the book has been under a tremendous amount of fire now for 6 months. So,
how have you withstood that?
So I think that the hardest thing about the fire, in a certain sense, is all the, to be honest, is all the polite people out there who won't even, who are willing to to say, oh, you're effectively well, you wrote that provocative book. As if,
don't think teenagers are having many surgeries, especially like the top and bottom surgery. Like some minor tweaks might happen with like facial stuff, but I don't think major bottom and top surgeries are happening on the rate that she sort of alludes to. Yeah. True, Glaucus. Yeah. Like, as soon as I got married, my mom was like, when you having kids? I was like, I got married at 20, so there was a lot of, when you having kids? Are you working on having kids? You gonna have kids? So that is true. Okay.
if they almost don't seem not to know that it's a journalist's job to go out and investigate phenomena, especially cultural ones that seem to be real. I didn't go looking for trouble. Trouble is all around us in America today.
Oh boy.
I mean, I mentioned states are lowering the age of medical consent across the country so that kids can get all kinds of surgeries. I mean, in Oregon, the age of medical consent is 15. So a 15-year-old in Oregon can get her breast removed without her parents' permission. Now, you don't need to be a religious person to find that disturbing or alarming. You don't need to be conservative for sure, but just a thinking person who says, gosh, that seems really young. I know I had a lot of crazy ideas at 15. I'm glad no one would have given me that option.
Who do you want to read your book?
Oh, and the book's for anyone to read, but I suppose parents have been very helped by it. Or they felt it was very useful. Clinicians have told me it's very useful in just helping them sort of develop a sense that they're not completely insane when they think this is a whole lot of kids suddenly deciding they're transgender out of the blue. This can't be right. There's no oversight. Feeling that they're not alone. But
she does
I'm happy
treat it like
for
a
people
tattoo.
who are affirmative therapists to read the book. I mean, I'm happy for anyone to read the book
because it's money.
Unlike those who have called for my book to be banned and burned, I'm not in favor of those things. They're
because they can't buy your book.
I'd be happy for anyone to read it, and of course, I would never want another book banned or burned.
Really.
And so you remain pleased with your decision to write it.
The truth is, I'm not sure I could have done anything else. I mean, once I was aware of what was going on, I wrote an article about it for the Wall Street Journal, and it got a huge amount of traction. I mean, people were writing to me across the country, even across the West, to say, yes, this is going on in their daughter's school. Yes, let me tell you.
And I've gotten comments from all around the world of people saying how much your book has fucked them over. Like, cool. Yeah, cancellation is great for book sales and Prager appearances and all of that.
I mean, I'm sure there are people who could have walked away from that, but I'm not one of them. I thought...
I think she didn't quite invent what's going on because the Littman paper came out before her book, but she's certainly one of the first to put it in one place, especially like a lot of the blog, like Transgender Trend, Fourth Wave Now ideas, and put it in a marketable fashion that could be monetized. So
worth investigating here, and how could I just walk away from that and not look into it?
Well, I think that's probably
a lot of dog whistles.
A reasonable place for us to end. What do you think? Do you have anything else that you'd like to say?
No, I just thank you very much for having me on, and I'm a big admirer of yours, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about.
Well, I'm pleased that you were willing to discuss your book, and I'm hoping that many people will read it and think about it. There's lots to think about. The transgender surgery being part of that, but by no means necessarily the larger the largest part. So thank you very much.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes.
No.
Just say one last thing.
No.
Look, the lies have to stop somewhere.
Yes, they
I
do.
could have walked away from this. I'm not saying it's been fun, and I'm not saying it's been easy since the book came out. There have been plenty of times when I thought, I really don't know if I chose the right path here. But I
Yeah.
have to tell you
We're a minute and
something.
a half out.
The lies have to stop somewhere, don't they? I mean,
Don't they, Shrier?
Right now, we're living through a blizzard of them. And at some point, someone has to say,
Blizzard?
a few of us who are just, willing to, need to say enough. We have to subject this to the same medical scrutiny and the same
has been.
skepticism that we would subject anything else to, any other medical phenomenon.
Yes, well, terrible as objecting to the lies might be, I suspect that it's not as terrible as the consequences of letting them flourish unchallenged. I mean,
think that's right. I mean, a lot of young women are getting badly hurt. And at some point, somebody has to be willing to say
Somebody
something.
thinks in the children.
yeah, well, I hope that your book helps. That would be what anyone who is thinking clearly would hope.
Thank you.
Oh, that didn't stop it. It did stop it. Okay. Okay. That was it. That was a journey. Almost 5-hour journey. Oh my god. Well, Peterson certainly seemed to manage to get the big oofs. The big oof of the game a couple times. Oh my god, this was something. This was something. This was a thing. This was a frustrating thing. Glad you guys were on this journey with me, because, oh god, I can only yell into the void about this so much. This, oof. I feel like I need a conclusion. This was the crossover event that we probably should have expected, that I was not thinking it would be, but it was. So many big oof moments from Peterson, which I guess he is back feeling better, I guess. Jesus. And yeah, as always, you are welcome to check out my take on Peterson's stuff and Shrier's stuff. 12 Rules series is complete. We're just starting the Beyond Order sequel to it, and Shrier we're about just over halfway through. Trans lives, trans rights. Hopefully, yeah, trans panic is at its peak and it doesn't find new ways to get horrible. Although 2021 is proving to be a sequel to 2020. It'll be Peterson next week. And yeah. The first rule, do not carelessly denigrate social institutions or creative achievement. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue like stand up straight with your shoulders back, but that's the first rule. And yeah. So yeah, hopefully maybe you learned something here if you are new to me. If not, hi. Thank you for watching. And I'm going to be just as awkward, and Peterson is ending this, aren't I? Yeah. Thanks for keeping me company on this Friday night, Saturday, wherever you may be. And see you guys next week with the first Beyond Order. And it's going to be the first of the first chapter because that chapter is 50 pages long and there's 11 sections in it. So we're just going for the first 2. It's going to be one of those books. It's a Peterson book, so it should be expected. But yeah, okay. I'm going to pull the plug now. Cuddle with your loved ones and kitties and puppies and lobsters if you have them. I mean, that's a good cuddle lobster. And yeah, pulling the plug. See you guys later. No, don't stop recording first. Damn it. Bye.